How's it going, guys? Welcome back to this channel. Welcome to the live stream. It's your boy coming to you. Now, I know that there is an event going on in about 1 hour plus. Before that event takes on, this is Dragon Ball Genkidamatsuri live stream. It's going to happen in Japan, and it will be around 7:45 p.m. my time. While we wait for that to take place, while we wait for that to go live, I have a couple of things that I want to talk about, and I hope that the things that I have that I want to address on Dragon Ball, on the future of Dragon Ball, will be addressed. You know, because as it stands, we don't know, we're not concrete sure what is going on, and as we go through this live stream, I will be addressing them one by one, and we'll go from there. So, one moment here. So, as a watcher, you can say your shit, talk your shit, and say your piece, and we'll discuss it. We'll hash it out. So, the first topic, because Dragon Ball Daima, or let me just say Dragon Ball as a whole, has given us great arcs thus far. You know, we go from the OG Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z to Dragon Ball GT to Dragon Ball Super and then Dragon Ball Daima. And over the years, there has been speculation on where is the direction going, because the direction has been, it has tarnished, because we're not sure what we should expect. Half of the fans wants Dragon Ball to continue on where we left off on Dragon Ball Super, and half wants Dragon Ball Daima, which I'm going to address. But before I talk about that, I'm going to do a poll right here. To kind of see where people's mind is going with this whole ordeal. One moment. Now, should Dragon Ball Super or should Dragon Ball Daima get a second season, or should they go back to Dragon Ball Super? Now, because I said I've been hearing rumors that there might be a continuation on Dragon Ball Daima, and I have a lot to say about that. I have quite a bit to say, and I'm gonna be brutal honest as I can. Here's the thing. As a Dragon Ball fan, when I heard that we're going to get Dragon Ball Daima, I questioned it. And especially after I watched the trailer, I see Kid Goku once again. I'm like, this is not what I was expecting, because knowing how good Dragon Ball Super was towards the ending of Tournament of Power, there was a lot of promise. That was a lot of expectation, high expectation, based on the fact that good enough, and thankfully, Zeno was able to restore the rest of the universe that was destroyed. So there is a lot to explore. The angels from that universe that was destroyed, their god of destruction, what really happened. I can go so much deep into it. The Yamoshi character. Was he part of one of these universe? What did he do? What happened to him? Because we know that Saiyans intend to live for a very long time. They maintain their youth and their DNA in order to continue fighting for a long period of time. So the Yamoshi character, that was never really explored in any way, shape, or form. So there's a lot that is still left to be done on Dragon Ball Super. We can also talk about more like if I want to go into the manga, I have heard a couple of rumors in the manga: Moro, Granolah, Black Frieza, which we will talk about, Beast Gohan, Broly, the Namekians. Like there is so much that super fans are expecting to happen. So here comes Dragon Ball Daima, and I watch the trailer and I see Kid Goku and I questioned, like, what the hell is this? This is not what I expected. This is not what I thought that we're going to get. But if you give me a choice, I would rather wait and watch this Daima thing until it blows over. Now, when Daima was coming out, I supported it. I watched the trailer. I did the reaction videos on it. It's still on this channel, and I did that simply because I hope that Daima will come in, do its thing, and get to blow over. But it seems like he blew over, but then again, the wind thrusted it right back again, which I don't understand, because if you give me a choice to watch either Dragon Ball GT or Dragon Ball Daima, I will watch Dragon Ball GT naked. Like I'm for Dragon Ball GT because most of Daima really sucked, if you ask me. Now you're saying, I know what you're thinking. Well, EVlog, what are you talking about? You were all for it. The Goku transformation, the Super Saiyan 4, Goku, adult Goku, whatever, Vegeta getting Super Saiyan 3. What about all of that? Well, to be honest, that was towards the end because most of Dragon Ball Daima was very boring, and it's actually sad because I have seen Kid Goku on Dragon Ball. I have seen Kid Goku in Dragon Ball GT. None of those were boring, So, and again, if we're going to talk about adult Super Saiyan 4 Goku, that transformation was supposed to go to Vegeta. It was supposed to go to Vegeta. And had it gone to Vegeta, it would have made a little more sense than Goku, because towards the end, Goku said, I have always been able to tap into this form. I never got the chance to use it. What the hell are you talking about? You faced the god of destruction. You never got to use that power. What the hell are you talking about? Or what the hell are they talking about? And let's not forget that he said that I never got the chance to use this form. When we saw Nava, who is, a powerful person, a powerful being of his own, lay his hand on Goku in order for him to get that transformation. They literally butchered Daima. Goku saying, I have always had this power. I never got the chance to use it. Blah, 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 blah. But Nava was the one that helped you to achieve it. So what the hell are they talking about? If it wasn't for Nava, Goku would have stayed there and probably pass out. Which it would have made sense for Vegeta to get this form. But because Goku has to be the attention focus of everything, because Goku had to be the attention focus of every single thing, they made Daima useless. Okay? Why did Goku get that transformation? And then ended up saying that he's always had the power. When we saw Nava was one that gave that power to you, that made you to get that transformation. So what the hell is Goku talking about? If that form had gone to Vegeta, I would have totally understand, simply because if you guys remember, when Beerus slapped Bulma and Vegeta lost it, right? Vegeta lost it and tapped into a power that we've never seen before. He looked like Super Saiyan 2, but at the same time, his aura has gone into deep, deep gold form. And in that moment, Vegeta surpassed Goku Super Saiyan 3. It would have made sense that after that encounter with Beerus, Vegeta continued to train, and with the help of Nava touching him, he was then able to awaken that Super Saiyan 4 transformation. It would have made sense, because towards the ending of Daima, they left a lot of plot holes that I'm not sure if bringing back Season 2 is going to fix it. And again, why the hell do we need Dragon Ball Daima Season 2? What is it for? Where are they going with Dragon Ball Daima? Why do we what's the point? It just doesn't make sense. But because I'm always a person that try to see the good side of things sometimes, even though with this Diamond thing season 2, listen, I don't care for it. To be honest, I just don't care for it. And the old generation audience will understand where I'm coming from simply because we have we have watched good stuff. We've watched good quality arcs from Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, and we're still waiting because there is so much to be done. Leaving Dragon Ball Super and jumping right into Dragon Ball Daima does not make sense. Now, I will agree if they are going to usher in a style of Dragon Ball Daima into Dragon Ball Super, I will understand that. If they are going to incorporate some traits from Daima right into Super, it will absolutely make sense. And I did make a stream before. That was a stream I did. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I talked about a situation where they have to have kids go into adventure for little kids or whatever, man. I don't really give a rat's ass. But if they're going to do an adventure Dragon Ball style kind of content, Trunks and Gotens are there. You know, they don't have to turn Goku and Vegeta and the rest of the Super Warriors into children to do that. You know, they should give that to kids because we still have kids amongst them. Even Pam. Pam is still, Pam is a baby and she's coming up. She should have the opportunity to have a place in all of this. I just don't understand why we're getting Dragon Ball Daima season 2. Why are we talking about Daima still? I thought the whole shebang has blown over. But it looks like as time goes on, I'm not sure if this is due to new generation, new gen talking nonsense that, I'm not sure what it is, but we don't need Dragon Ball Daima season 2. The whole shebang should have been blown over by now and over and forgotten. That was what I thought was going to happen. They fucked it up. And towards the end, they fucked it up even more. And I thought, okay, you know what? It's only one time thing. All right? It's only one time and one time alone situation. We're never going to get ourselves involved in all of this. But for some particular reason, the hurricane that blew this conversation away is starting to blow it right back. And we don't need it. They should go back to Dragon Ball Super, which is what all the men. I don't know a grown-ass man that is still talking about Dragon Ball Daima. I would take GT any day. GT, I'm there. And I heard there's a rumor that they're going to incorporate some of GT style into Dragon Ball Super, which I'm for. I'm for that any day, anytime. You know? I'm all for it. Give me Dragon Ball GT, I will watch it. But Dragon Ball Daima, it is trash. To be honest, the only good thing about Daima is at least we get to see Vegeta obtain a different version of Super Saiyan 3. At least we get to see Goku Super Saiyan 4, which in the end, they fucked it up because that form was not supposed to go to Goku. I don't know what's wrong with these guys. You know, if Vegeta had gotten that form, it would have made absolute sense. Now, I'm not shitting on Goku. You guys know I'm not. But based on the storyline on Vegeta about after his encounter with Beerus, if he had obtained it, it would have made more sense. And Goku wouldn't have said the nonsensical answer that he gave Vegeta on why or how he was able to obtain that power. Now, that's by the way. Now, on the other hand, if they do decide to bring back this trash bum Daima, if they decide to bring it back, at that point, I would advise that it would be a good idea to usher in Janemba, because since this whole Daima thing is all about Demon Ram and all of that stuff, Janemba should be canon at that point. And again, if you bring Janemba based on the Dragon Ball movie, Fusion Reborn, Janemba came in only one time, and he was defeated in the same movie. It didn't take Gojira long to defeat Janemba. Gojira whooped him. Like Gojira did one move and Janemba disintegrated. So if they are going to, and I think Daima should have had Janemba in it. You know, I don't know, the whole ordeal, the whole adventure should have, that would have been their moment. You see, I have talked about a lot of things that they've done wrong, even in Super. That Demon Ram situation would have been the absolute best situation to give Janemba a good ass adventure. If it was the final boss that they faced, I would have enjoyed it. It would have been more meaningful, right? It would have been meaningful if it was Janemba. Now, on Dragon Ball Super, the whole ceremony that they did in order to have the Super Saiyan God, I said before that it would have been the opportunity to give all the Saiyans their tails back, because ain't no way that ritual would have been completed if the Saiyans didn't have their tails. It would have been the best opportunity to give the Saiyans their tails back, which I think they needed. And if you remember the whole process of Dragon Ball GT, of Goku obtaining the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, it definitely hinged on his ancestral genetic DNA, which means it hinged on him getting back his tail. The Supreme Kai made sure to pull that thing out. That tail, he did everything, snappers, hammers, you know, he made sure to pull Goku's tail out in order for him to obtain Super Saiyan 4 transformation. And the same thing with Daima. In order for Goku to obtain that transformation, which he ended up saying that he always had the ability to transform, which doesn't make sense, because if Goku, you see where, and again, this is another crazy pothole. During Dragon Ball GT, if I'm not mistaken, after Goku got his tail pulled out, that tail remained out. Whether he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 on Dragon Ball GT, or when he reverted as a kid, his tail was always out. So on Daima, the nonsensical excuse Goku gave doesn't make sense. Because if he was able to obtain that form, his tails should have been out the whole goddamn time. So what the hell is going on? You see, that's another reason why I thought when Daima did his thing and went away, I thought the whole smoke has blown over. But it looks like the hurricane that blew it away is blowing it right back. Daima shouldn't get season 2. There is no reason why Dragon Ball Daima should get season 2, unless if they're about to give us edgy content. That's what it should be. All this cookie cutter bullshit that they've been doing with Daima, it is nonsense to me. If they're going to give us edgy content, make Janemba canon, make Cooler, Frieza's brother, canon. Now we have something. You know, we have something, because I have said before, if you're going to have Cooler, you got to give him a brand new content of his own. Frieza cannot function if he has Cooler around all the time. It's going to work for a little bit, but then it will be played out. And those two don't get along. Frieza did say that the only two people that was able to hurt him when he was coming up was King Code and his older brother, Cooler. Those were the only two that were able to make him bleed. That's, of course, before he met Piccolo on Planet Namek, before he ran into Goku and Goku transformed into Super Saiyan and whooped his ass. The only two people made Frieza bleed, King Cole and his brother. And those two, I don't think it would be a good idea for them to rival on the same type of situation. It will not work out. Somebody is going to have to be a good guy, or not necessarily a good guy, a character like Hit, and the other person must remain a villain. There is no way you're going to have Cooler and Frieza riding the same cocktail, because when Frieza was revived on the movie, The Revival of F, his henchman said, Lord or my Lord Frieza or whatever. Now that you're back, let's revive your father. Let's go back to planet Earth, steal the Dragon Balls red again, and revive King Cold. What did Frieza say? Hell no, we're not doing that. We're not doing that crap. I don't want to have my father all around lecturing me, making me feel like a kid. I don't want to do that all over again. It's time for him to stay where it is, for him to be laid to rest and never to return again. I don't need that kind of, you know, lecture and all of that stuff. He doesn't want his father revived. And I think if you're going to give us Dragon Ball Daima, or if you're going to have Cooler in Dragon Ball Super, I think that is a leeway for him and his older brother to get into a serious beef, because Cooler will take a heavy contingency against Frieza for having their father die on his watch. I think that's a good content. For Cooler to come back, or for him to know that their father has been demised by Saiyans that they were meant to rule over, and for one of the Saiyans to kill their father on Frieza's watch, I think that's a good content. That is but then again, when you go that route, based on power difference, Cooler is able to generate more power than Frieza, which means he can easily get stronger than Frieza. How are you going to make it work? You know? So I think if Daima, and I'm saying this is a big if, Daima do come back, I would say it would be the absolute best thing to make Cooler canon right there. Don't have him with Frieza at the same time. It's not going to work, because Frieza should remain a tyrant as he is, because he is a tyrant, and which I'm going to talk about him in a second. Yeah, Daima, we don't need it. We don't need it. I think the whole Daima thing should be done by now. I don't know the reason why it's still being talked about. I think I'm sick and tired of it. I will watch GT 10 times over, then I will watch Daima the second time again. I was all for it when it was during its conception, simply because there was nothing else to watch. You know, we were all hoping to get Dragon Ball Super, for it to make its comeback. When Daima showed up, I was all for it, because I hoped that it would do its thing and go bye-bye. Blow over. Don't ever come back, especially towards the ending. Bye-bye. All right? Don't ever show your face here ever again. Stay where you are, never to be heard again. But for the fact that I'm hearing Dragon Ball Dragon Ball Daima Season 2, that doesn't make any sense. So, going on and moving on to the next topic that I have. Oh, Dragon Ball Super. Personally, I would take Dragon Ball Super. I will want them to go back to Dragon Ball Super, because there is so much to explore. My goodness. Talk about Black Frieza. Actually, before I get to him, talk about the villains that I've heard of. Moro, Granolah, and so much more. These guys, we need to see what they're capable of. We need to see them make an appearance in Dragon Ball Super. Super should continue from where we left off. All the grown men, I can't imagine any grown man that will want Super to Dragon Ball Daima to make its comeback. When you have watched Super, when you have seen the best of the best, the cream of the crops, why the hell would you want Daima to make a return? For what? To continue to give us more potholes for us to fill our balls in? To continue to give us more potholes for us to fit our dicks in? It doesn't make any sense. You know, go back to Dragon Ball Super, Moro arc, Granolah arc, and now to talk about Black Frieza. Based on what I heard, Black Frieza went on a hiatus. All right, he went on a hiatus. I think as I'm doing this, I'm going to be timing it, because I want to do what it's called timestamp. So 29. So Black Frieza went on a hiatus. A good one. 1 second, guys. Let me get this out. Notepad. Because afterwards, I'm going to, I want to make a timestamp so that I will, Black Frieza went in a hiatus, right? And went and trained his ass off. Nobody knew, nobody expected that Frieza will make a great comeback. And here Frieza comes, makes a return, and he is now powerful than Goku, powerful than Vegeta. His new form called Black Frieza. I want to see that. Which grown-ass man in his right mind will not want to see Frieza make a comeback as Black Frieza? Who doesn't want to see that happen? For Frieza to lynch right again and go right back into whooping Vegeta and Goku, to torture them, to whoop their asses. Who doesn't want that? See, I'm not sure the whole perception of this Daima season 2 making its comeback. I'm not sure if it is new gen, these new kids that are voting and asking for Daima to make its return. You know, I don't think there's any man that have seen the cream of the crop that would want to go back to Daima once again. Give us Black Frieza animated. Let us see Frieza once again back. It will probably give you like you will probably feel like, oh shit, am I back in Planet Namek again? Like, having come back, do his thing. If you're gonna make Cooler Cannon, you can make Cooler Cannon, but he can't be in the same screen as Frieza all the time, right? If you want to bring Janemba, because like I said before, if they're going to bring the conception of a little bit of Daima into Dragon Ball Super, I'm all for it. Because with Super, you know that they're gonna give you edgy stuff. You know, I miss those edgy shit. It's time for them to bring that edgy stuff into Dragon Ball. All this cookie cutter, fruity pebble stuff that they've been doing, it's nonsense, man. It's nonsense. I miss those edgy stuff. Dragon Ball Z was very edgy, right? GT, even edgier. Things where you just don't really, you can't predict what's going to happen. It is edgy, it's in your face. I love stuff like that. You know, Black Frieza making its return, getting animated, the Frieza arc, I'm all for it. Bring Black Frieza to Dragon Ball Super. Imagine, think of this. You know, if this cocktail of Dragon Ball Daima keeps going on, imagine bringing Frieza in Dragon Ball Daima. Do you guys know how stupid that will look? That will not make sense. There's no ties that ties Black Frieza to the demon realm. I just don't get it, right? Animate Black Frieza on Dragon Ball Super. Let him make his return. And again, another topic that I want to talk about. Would you guys want, okay, do you guys want the second Tournament of Power with Beast Gohan, Broly, Orange Piccolo, True Ultra Instincts Goku, and True Ultra Ego Vegeta? I think that would be a hell of a show. That will be a hell of a show. I think the timestamp now will be... Would you guys want a second Ultra Instincts? Now, how will this work out? Well, it will work out so well simply because after the first Tournament of Power, you rest assured know that all the warriors, especially the last thing Goku said to Jiren, it's been an honor fighting you. Let's fight once again and see who is the best of the best. And Jiren smirked and laughed about it. You know? And you know Jiren, wherever he is, he will never stop training. Jiren gave Goku, the rest of the whole universe a run for their money. A being, a being that is so strong that he is compared in the same realm as his god of destruction. That is not easily heard of. It's not heard of. Even in you guys realize that Goku could not beat Jiren alone? Goku didn't beat Jiren alone. It took the help, okay? The absolute help of Frieza, Android 17, and Goku in order to take him out. And let's not forget, Vegeta also had a hand in it because Vegeta gave Goku some of his power. You know, Jiren is so super strong. And for him to see how far Goku has come, knowing how strong Goku is, knowing the fact as a warrior that he will never stop training, Jiren by now should probably has gone beyond what everybody think of. And again, this will also create a rift for the gods of destruction to not sit still. They should get into training too. Because think about it. If you have a warrior that is being compared to you, that can easily rival you, okay? That can easily rival you, which Jiren was. He is the only warrior that the god of destruction will not take on willy-nilly. And if that's the case, wouldn't it behoove the gods of destruction to stop sleeping for decades and eating and doing nothing, blowing planets up? It is time for them to get into actions too and start training. Because that's what that rift is going to create. Ain't no way we are allowing these mortals to surpass us. It is time for us to go back to training, which they can easily. Because their angel guardians are always there to facilitate their every need. So the gods of destruction getting stronger should be like this. Probably one day of training and they will blow up to a new heights. You know? So if we have a second tournament of power, which once again, I talked about the fact that Android 17 didn't make a selfish wish, which I think it was one of the reasons why Zeno had to destroy Fuse Zamasu, because not only did he kill somebody, not only was he causing rift all over the universe, he made a selfish wish using the Super Dragon Ball. So Zeno came out, thanks to Goku pressing that button, saw everything, says, this guy is out of control. I'm blowing the whole thing up. And you can, like I talked about, the furiosity of Zeno's anger. What one person may have done, the rest of the universe pays for it. The rest of the universe pay for it. Think about it. Fuse Zamasu did something wrong, and the whole universe paid for it. And I bet you that's the same thing with the other universes that was destroyed by Zeno. Probably the gods of their destruction was doing something evil, or it might not even be their gods of destruction and their angels. It might even be the Kais. The Kai. Okay, doing something they were not supposed to do. Probably using the Dragon Ball or the Super Dragon Ball to make a selfish wish. Zeno saw it and destroyed everything. But there must be a reason why, and that reason is yet to be explained. Because towards the ending of the Tournament of Power, not everything will be explained. We did hear that Zeno blew the rest of the other universe up because they were not going according to the rules and regulation. But why? What did they do wrong? That needs to be explored on Dragon Ball Super. So Super has so much to give us. The Yamoshi character that I talked about, whom actually looks more, the telegram of the Yamoshi character looked more like Vegeta's ancestors. And we know Vegeta bloodline is a royal bloodline. So it makes absolute sense the reason why this Yamoshi character is probably his ancestor that was able to become the first Super Saiyan God, right? So it's a second tournament of power will be great because we imagine Beast Gohan, and I've heard Gohan Beast, okay? Gohan Beast, him and Goku duked it out, and Goku was surprised how much Gohan has evolved. From what I'm hearing, from the rumors that I'm hearing, the strongest right now is Black Frieza, then Beast Gohan, Goku, and then Vegeta, which is absurd. Goku in the manga, from what I've been hearing, is not even the strongest character on Dragon Ball Super. Okay? Goku is not even the strongest character on Dragon Ball Super. Just think about that. The hero that we've always leaned on from the beginning of Dragon Ball all the way to the last episode of Dragon Ball Super, he's not even the strongest warrior as it stands. Of course, with training, Goku is going to evolve. Of course, with training, Vegeta is going to evolve, which I cannot wait to see Ultra Vegeta, Ultra Ego Vegeta. I cannot wait to see that. But to understand how much we have going on in Dragon Ball Super, the second tournament of power will be an ass-kicking arc. Seeing the likes of Beast Gohan, Broly, and we know how strong Broly is and how strong he could get. Orange Piccolo. Piccolo has evolved. He's now tapping into his ancestry power, you know. Ultra Instincts Goku and Ultra Instincts or Ultra Ego Vegeta. The second tournament of power will be like no other tournament. But even if we don't get that, okay? Even if we do not get a second tournament of power, I think we should get something similar to it. And even if we don't get something similar to it, they can still explore those other universes that were wished back. Because upon their return, they're going to realize, oh shit, somebody made a wish and now we're back. What are we to do to not allow this situation to ever happen again? What are we to do to not let Zeno get the best out of us? Because we know that those universes, whatever they may have done, they must have a bunch of tyrants over there. Probably stronger than Jiren. Okay? Now, we don't know how strong Jiren is because I haven't heard anything of him in the manga yet. Because I do listen to rumors, I do, when I scroll through short videos or either Facebook or whatever, I see stuff. I haven't heard anything on Jiren. You manga readers, I'm not sure if you know if there's anything on Jiren. You can let me know in the comment section. But knowing Jiren, I know he's not going to sit still. Because seeing how this tournament of power changed him as a person, because we got to see Jiren when he was coming up. The reason why he became who he is, meeting Goku changed him. But I know, rest assured, he's still a warrior and he's not going to sit still, especially after what Goku said to him. Hate Tosama, hate from Universe 6, he's not going to sit still. Watching how his universe lost, he's not going to sit still. The Saiyans as well from Universe 6, the Saiyans they are so evolved that, imagine what took Goku and Vegeta. They went through brutal training. They went through a lot of trauma. They went through a lot of ass whooping. Whether if it was from Frieza, whether if it was from the androids, they went through so much to achieve Super Saiyan 2, right? Goku only explained it to the Saiyans of the Universe 6. Only explanation. And they saw it with their two naked eyes. That was all it took for those girls to start tapping into a bigger power. And we know that's not going to be their end. Seeing as to how their universe lost and how Goku has evolved, they witnessed everything with their eyes. Even though they were wiped out of the universe after they lost, I'm sure that them knowing what was probably going on and watching Goku turn into... Because remember, before they lost, Goku used Ultra Instincts anyway to get them out. We all know that. And knowing them, those women, those females, they're not going to sit still. Like Goku has given them something to look forward to. Goku has given them a tingle thing, feel that tingle thing on your spine and focus on that energy and you're going to be able to transform into Super Saiyan, which personally speaking, it doesn't make absolute sense. You know, if Goku was saying, again, which goes back to what I was saying before earlier about the Saints getting their tails back, their perception, their DNA, their history, their making of their DNA lies on their tail. You know, imagine watching Ultra Ego Vegeta with his tail. Imagine how badass that would be, right? Imagine watching Ultra Instinct Goku with his tail. Imagine how badass that would be. You know, imagine watching Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Well, I'm not sure if the new Broly should be called the legendary Super Saiyan. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Should Broly, the Super Dragon Ball Super Broly, should he be called the legendary Super Saiyan? Because I don't think he is, personally speaking, and frankly speaking. You know, when we hear the legendary Super Saiyan Broly, we all know who that is. It's the DBZ Broly, not the Super Broly. But for the sake of the canonize or canonism, I don't even think that's a word. Canonism. For the sake of canonism, for the fact that Broly is now canon, should we still call the Dragon Ball Super Broly the legendary Super Saiyan? That's up to the fans, but I don't think he is truly. But if it's called Super Saiyan, the legendary, if it's called Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan, I can totally understand that. Okay, I totally understand that. So the next thing that I want to take up, don't worry, guys, if you're commenting, I will definitely get to your comments. I just want to breeze right through to what I have, you know. Then I will go back to the comments, or maybe I should check out the comments real quick. Okay, going back to the votes, we have 8 votes in total. 75% of you guys want Dragon Ball Super, which I have no doubt that you guys would prefer Super over the Daima. But the reason why I made this post is simply because I kind of want to see who the hell is still voting for Daima. I mean, 25%, that is still something. 25% wants Daima to make its return. I don't, probably new gen, you know, probably new gen kids, you know. Yeah, I did the post just to understand my audience and to understand if they really know what they really want. You know, based on the fact that Daima sucked ass towards the end, a lot of pothole was left. And I'm not sure if this is because Kia Toriyama is no longer with us, bless his soul. But then again, he was the one that did this in the first place. He was the one that struck this idea of Dragon Ball Daima. And it wasn't a concrete arc that completed and the audience was happy about it. We were all sad. We were all mad about it. Okay. Now, okay. Aura9944 said that Kia Toriyama wrote the content for season 2. That's why season 2 is coming out. Even if Kia Toriyama wrote it, I don't know what was going on in his mind, because to write such a thing and for there to be a pothole, because if this keeps going on, what happens to Dragon Ball Super? Even if it's the creator that wrote it, what happened to Dragon Ball Super? That's what everybody is expecting. I don't see where we keep getting seasons of Dragon Ball Daima and Super is left at bay. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I don't see the sense in that. And the worst part of it is that Super ended with a huge plot holes. It ended badly. It wasn't satisfying. And everything else Kia Toriyama has done, whether if it is movies, whether if it is um, Dragon Ball arcs, the Frieza saga, the Saiyan saga, the Frieza saga, the Namekian saga, whatever you want to call it, the Android saga, Dragon Ball Super, you know, all those things where they ended nicely. Even though some audience may have complaints here and there, but most of us were satisfied. So how come Daima just left a bad taste in everybody's mouth? Most of the fans. You know, now even though it's the creator that wrote it, at the same time, I don't think we should dabble into Daima ever again, unless if they are going to make it an edgy content. If they're going to make it edgy content, I can understand. But at the same time, the whole part of me doesn't want to deal with Daima ever again. They should go back to Dragon Ball Super and give us a good content like they've always have. It's mainly a legal battle between Toriyama family, Tora Tora, and Toei Animation. Man, see, this is a problem. This is literally the problem. When something is working, why ruin it? When something is working, why mess it up? It doesn't make sense. When something is working, let it keep working. If Dragon Ball Super was working, why create a Daima to mess the whole thing up? Because the more they venture into Daima, they are forgetting about Super. And this is a question every fan, I mean, man like myself or older than me, and even youngin that are coming up, this is the question they will always ask: where is Dragon Ball Super? And it's gonna get to a point where audience are going to start rejecting Dragon Ball content, you know, because you're not giving us what we want. Nobody wanted Daima. We just accepted it because we thought that this whole thing will blow over after it's done. And for the fact that it ended badly, nobody wants to deal with that crap, man. I mean, what else are they gonna do? Turn them into a kid again? Who else is gonna be the villain now? You know? It ended the way it should have ended. Bad, potholes left, didn't make sense. It should blow over and go bye-bye. You know, Daima for me was there. I watched it. I was all for it because I needed something to pass time. And I hope that it will blow over. And I tell you this, I would say right now, 90%, and I mean 90 to 99% of the audience, after watching Dragon Ball Daima, at the end of, if it was an animator or probably somebody who watched Daima, will probably say, I cannot wait for Dragon Ball Super. We need to go back to Super because this Daima shit doesn't make absolute sense. They should bring Dragon Ball Super back. And I said it towards my reaction. The last episode on Dragon Ball Super, on Dragon Ball Daima, I did say, I cannot wait for Super to come back. I'm waiting for Dragon Ball Super. That's what everybody's waiting on. All right? That's what everybody's waiting on. Where is Dragon Ball Super? It needs to make a comeback. And I'm hoping, I'm really, really hoping for the better part of me and the better part of my patience with Dragon Ball content, because you guys know I've been a fan. I'm a hardcore fan. I'm even thinking about reacting to Fist of the North Star because I watched the movie and I like the content. I like manly, edgy stuff like that. You know, this live stream that is coming up, they better have something good to say. They better, because it's going to be, and this is their 40th anniversary. That's why I made time to come live 2 hours ahead of time to say my piece, talk about what I want to talk about, because I think once the live stream kicks in, I don't think I will be able to make time like this to talk like this. You know, I'm going to be listening to what they're saying, and hopefully they're going to have English translation going on because I don't speak Japanese. You know, I know a few words. Nanda korewa, are are, ura ura. Like, you know, Tasukete, Misketa. I know a few words, but I don't speak Japanese. So I'm hoping that this live stream that is coming up, Genkidamatsuri, that they're going to have a translator or they're going to speak English because I want to know what's coming up. I want to know the future of Dragon Ball genre, this future of Dragon Ball content, the future of this content. I want to know. And we all deserve to know. If they've decided to do Dragon Ball Daima, I'm going to be highly disappointed simply because that's not what I'm waiting for. That's not what most people are looking for right now. We want Super. And especially all the stuff that I've heard in the manga, there's no way you're going to let us hang, asking, pleading, what the hell is going on? And you see, here's the thing. They don't do this with One Piece because everything I've heard with One Piece thus far, everything has been on point. Why is it that One Piece never get this kind of situation at all? Why is Dragon Ball getting this type of treatment? One Piece is not going to have you go in a hiatus on a particular arc. You go on a hiatus and you give them something that is not exactly what they were expecting. They're going to riot. All right? One Piece audience don't play around with this kind of shit. They're going to riot. They're going to make a fuss out of it. One Piece never go through this nonsensical situation. It's only Dragon Ball. And One Piece has been steadily, shout out to One Piece anyway. And what baffles me truly is the fact that it's the same company that is doing this. So how are you favoring one genre and you're not favoring the other? When in reality, there are two famous genre. Because there's never a time I heard a One Piece audience complain that they started a good arc or they went on a hiatus for years. Okay, for years. They go on a hiatus. They come back after years, give you a good content, a solid good content that made you realize when you were a kid, coming back from school, sitting down, watching it with your friends, watching it with your colleagues or your parents or your older brother, your uncle or whatever. When you used to literally, you don't get to do your homework because you want to watch Dragon Ball content. It brought you so much memory. I don't see One Piece giving you such a good content and all of a sudden goes on a hiatus for 5 years or for 3 years or whatever, and then give you something that is different than what you were supposed to be expecting. One Piece don't go through this nonsense. So I don't understand why Dragon Ball is going through this nonsensical situation because it is nonsense to me. It doesn't make absolute sense. The same company does the same content. They invest so much in One Piece that I've never heard a One Piece hardcore fan complain. Everything I've heard about One Piece is pure, true excitement. Nobody complains. I mean, they might have little complaints here and there, but still, overall, they are excited. They are happy. They make One Piece fans happy. So how the hell is Dragon Ball audience going through this bullshit? Yes, even if Dragon Ball Daima was Toriyama's hard work, his last work, still, we don't want it. We want Dragon Ball Super. That's what we want. Okay? Even though it is his last work. So what? Are you going to, okay, here's the thing. Are you going to, the work that you've done for decades upon decades, Dragon Ball content, Dragon Ball, the original OG Dragon Ball, and then we go to Dragon Ball Z, and then we go to Dragon Ball Super. No, even before we get to Dragon Ball Super, after Dragon Ball Z, you take a long time, a very good long time, and you bring back Dragon Ball Super, and you give us a solid content that has opened a wild new adventure. You have opened so many doors, countless doors that can be explored, right? And you go on another hiatus and you bring something else totally different, even if it is the creator that did it, so what? I don't care. If it was Toriyama, if it was his last work, I don't give a rat's ass. Give us Dragon Ball Super. Daima doesn't make sense. Even if it is his last work, Daima does not make sense. Why are we still talking about this Daima shit? It doesn't make sense. It ended on a bad note. How are you going to give us something for decades upon decades and you're going to ruin it with a new genre, a new that doesn't relate to the stuff that that you have worked on for decades upon decades? That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. You know, you're not gonna ruin your hard work with one arc that has nothing to do with the arcs that you've been doing for decades. Make that make sense. Vegeta Sama 3098. There is a live stream coming up from the creators themselves, from Toei Animation. It's about Dragon Ball Genkidamatsuri stage, 40th anniversary of Dragon Ball. They're going to talk about the future of Dragon Ball, you know? So I'm waiting for the live stream. The live stream is in 49 minutes and 50 seconds. I put on my notification. So once it's available, I will stream it right on this channel. I'm waiting for it. That's the reason why I took time. I took my time to come out now and to say my piece, to talk about my own perspective. And hopefully they're going to fix a lot of things starting from this live stream that is coming up, because it's the future of Dragon Ball. They're going to talk about the future of the genre, what we are to expect, whether we're getting movies or we're getting another manga added to the previous manga, or like the future, basically. Yeah, there's going to be new game coming up or whatever is basically the future of Dragon Ball genre. I'm going into this with I'm going into it with expectation. I'm going into this live stream with high expectation that they're going to make things right, because Daima will not lead us anywhere. Think about, where will Dragon Ball Daima lead us? Where is it going to lead us? Like, it's not going to lead us anywhere, because they have alienated so much out of the main content. Where will Daima lead us? Nowhere. Into another dick ass pothole. All right. So let me check again. I'm going to wait 1 second. So this is a live stream here. I'm waiting for it to be available, and I am going to stream it on this channel. Frankly speaking, I'm not sure how long this live stream is going to go, but what they are going to address about the future of Dragon Balls is what I'm looking forward to. So, guys, this is a live stream. I'm waiting for it. Now, 47 minutes and I believe 10 seconds there. So, once it's available, I will check it out. And I'm hoping to hear something good. I'm hoping for a good news, because we've waited for so long. This Daima nonsense needs to stop. They need to go back and give us Dragon Ball Super. That's what we want. That is what we want. And I see that people are still voting. The vote right now is how many votes? 11 votes, 73% want Super, 27% want Daima. I really want to know people that are still voting for Daima. What's your reason? You know, you guys that voted for Dragon Ball Daima, what the hell is your reason for wanting Daima? I really, really want to know because I want to understand what you like, where your head is going. Because I want to know why and what development are you expecting from Daima? Because it's trash. It's you know. Dragon Ball Daima winning an award. The, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me tell you something. Dragon Ball Daima is successful because the audience is waiting for its nonsense to blow over. Dragon Ball Daima is successful because the audience that knows what they should be getting decided to have patience to support Dragon Ball Daima. But if this Dragon Ball Daima nonsense keeps coming back, it's gonna erupt an emotional rift that the audience, the hardcore audience, is gonna be like, what the hell? Just like me. If you remember, I was for Dragon Ball Daima. I supported it during its inception. I supported it. But I supported it deep down, knowing deep down that it's going to blow over and go away. Because I'm waiting for Dragon Ball Super. And most men we're waiting for Dragon Ball Super. And we're waiting. Since we are waiting and they give us Daima, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a shot. But since Dragon Ball Daima didn't do so well, it left a pothole. Actually, not one, not two, not three. It didn't make sense towards the end. The only excitement, the only thing that made Dragon Ball Daima exciting to watch is simply the transformations. Vegeta getting Super Saiyan 3 and Goku Super Saiyan 4. That's the only two things about Dragon Ball Daima. And let's not forget, it happened towards the end of the show, which means most of Dragon Ball Daima episodes was trash. It didn't make sense. You know, did Dragon Ball Daima answer a couple of questions that we've always asked? Yes, I get it. It answered a couple of questions, such as the origin of the origin of Majin Buu. It wasn't Babidi that created Majin Buu in the first place. It wasn't even his father, right? Now we know who created Babidi, who created Majin Buu. That's another question. The other question is, there were a couple of questions that was answered. Vegeta, will he ever obtain Super Saiyan 3? That was answered. But then again, overall, if I am to pick the questions that was answered, Super Saiyan 3 thing, Goku hair transformation, which was supposed to go to Vegeta, by the way, I will not take that over Dragon Ball Super, unfortunately. And the reason why it was successful because it answered a couple of questions. We got to see Vegeta obtain Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4 red-headed Goku. Even though we've seen Super Saiyan 4 from from GT, you know. But if this Daima thing keeps coming back, and if it keeps sucking, it's going to create an emotional roller coaster for everybody. Because we supported it knowing that it's going to be a one-time and one-time only nonsense. That was me. I supported it. I did I vlogged about it. I watched the reactions. I watched the trailer and everything. But I did that in the hopes that it's going to blow away so that we will get back to what we're supposed to get back on. And like I said, the same company that does One Piece does Dragon Ball. One Piece don't go through this. They don't put One Piece audience through this nonsense. So why is Dragon Ball going through it? Which I don't understand. and One Piece get heavy funding. Look at the animation. The damn thing is still going. Almost 1,500 at this point, if I'm not mistaken. 1,500 episodes. The damn thing is still on a roller coaster going. Heavy funding. So why are they putting Dragon Ball audience through this nonsense? That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying. The Daima animation is far better than Dragon Ball Super. Fans complained about Dragon Ball Super animation before. So what? So what? Listen, I'm a 90s baby, okay? I'm a 90s baby. What does that mean? If you are going to give me, of course, if you give me a good animation, I will appreciate it, because animation, based on the time where we are, based on the current time, the current technology, animation is always a thing. But make no mistake about it. If you give me a good story, if you have me to choose either a good story or a better animation without good story, I will take a good story all day long. Berserk audience will understand what I'm talking about. Audience that been watching anime since the 90s will understand what I'm talking about, because 90s stuff, the animation may not be good, but the storyline is always on point. Frankly speaking, I have never, do you guys understand that as long as I'm concerned, I have never watched a 90s movie that I was disappointed about. If I've ever watched a movie in the 90s that I was disappointed about, it will be very few. Right? Very, very few. Very few, even animes in the 90s, it is very few anime that I watched back then. Some of them I can't remember now because it's been so long, that I was disappointed on. Very few, very, very few of them. If you guys remember back in the day, even to watch a movie, to sit down and watch a movie was a prep work. It was a prep work back in the day. You had a VCR. Sometimes when you buy the movie, you have to rewind it. Back in the day, we used to have, I know I'm old, yeah, back in the day. I'm now like one of those old guys that talks about back in the day now. Well, back in the day, to watch a movie, it's a prep work. You have a VCR, you buy the movie, and the movie cassette, you have to either put it in the machine and press it to rewind to the beginning, or I think when our machine broke, we had to get the manual rewinder. It's like a plastic thing that you put the cartridge on and you use a roller to roll it, to roll it forward or to roll it backwards. It was an amazing thing. To watch a movie was a prep work. And when you put the cassette into the VCR and the VCR takes the cassette and then the VCR pops and the TV pops, movie back then, to watch a movie was a prep work, and every movie that you watch stays with you. It stays with you. Like I said, back in the day, I have never watched, if I have watched either movies or anime that disappointed me, there were few in numbers. Very, very few. All the animes in the 90s were such a vintage badass anime that give you a good storyline. So if you are to ask me whether that Dragon Ball Super fans were complaining about the animation, trust me, they are not complaining about the animation to the point they didn't appreciate the storyline or the content itself. They may have complained about the animation, but rest assured, most of the audience, they enjoyed the storyline. They enjoyed the content more than the animation. They enjoyed the content more than the animation. Because, if you give me a good animation and the storyline is bullshit, yes, I might praise the animation. But if it doesn't come with a good storyline, it means nothing. And that's Dragon Ball Daima to me. And most audience that watched it and praised it, we praised it simply because we are hoping that now this whole Daima thing will be done for. Now it's time for us to get back to the original storyline. And frankly speaking, I have never, whether if it is One Piece, I mean the part where I am on One Piece, whether if it was Naruto, whether if it was JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, whether if it is Bleach, I have never seen an anime that starts off, give you good content, and go on a hiatus. And when it comes back, it brings you something that is totally different, alienating a lot of things from the main storyline, answered a couple of questions that were not answered on the main storyline, but messes up on the stuff that they brought to you. And here you are waiting for them to go get back to the storyline. They want to continue with the crap that they gave you. That's pretty much Dragon Ball Daima. And I am not in support of it. I'm not in support of it. If you're here voting for Dragon Ball Daima, please let me know your thoughts. Why are you voting for Dragon Ball Daima? What are you expecting to gain from Dragon Ball Daima? I really want to know. What are y'all expecting to gain from Daima? Why are you voting for Dragon Ball Daima? So the live stream will go live in 34 minutes and 20 seconds. So in half an hour or less than half an hour. So the next topic I want to bring up while we wait for this live stream is Beast Gohan really stronger than Ultra Instinct Goku? Is he really stronger than Ultra Instinct Goku? And the other question that I have is, will Pan be the first female Super Saiyan on screen? And I'm asking this question based on the fact that I'm talking about Dragon Ball Super, based on the fact that I'm talking about Universe 7, will Pan be the first female Super Saiyan? I think that would be an interesting concept. But before we get to Pan, actually, I would want Dragon Ball Super to focus a little bit on the kids, Trunks and Goten. If this whole Dragon Ball Daima thing had gone to them, if they were the one that took on that arc, I would totally understand it because it would make sense. Because the conception and the perception of Dragon Ball Daima was all in the perception of adventure, Kid Goku doing his thing again. I can't compare it with Dragon Ball GT. There's no way you will put up Dragon Ball Daima and GT and you think Daima, people will vote for Daima over GT. That would not make absolute sense unless if those audience don't really, their perception of things has gone wrong. I do understand with GT, edgy. GT was very edgy content. Even watching Kid Goku, even though I watched a good part of him on Dragon Ball, watching him in Dragon Ball GT, it was edgy. Even Dragon Ball was edgy. I'm not kidding you. The OG Dragon Ball, it was edgy most of the time. Goku going up against, Red Ribbon Army, going up against robots, cyborgs, Master Chu or whatever. Like it was edgy stuff, you know. Although they gave you comedy, but at the same time it was edgy. You know, seeing his friend die and him losing it, turning up his power and all of that stuff. It was edgy stuff. You know, Daima didn't give me that at all, except towards the end. And when I talk about towards the end, it's just the fact Vegeta obtained Super Saiyan 3 and we get to see Super Saiyan 4 red-headed Goku. That's the only thing, really. I mean, what else is there? It did well because of those two things, but most of the episodes sucked. It sucked ass. And the ass that smells with herpes and shit. It sucked. And the last question that I have here is, which direction do you want Dragon Ball to go in 2026 and thereafter? Which direction do you guys want? I think it kind of leans right into the poll that I did. It kind of leans into what I've been talking about. It kind of leans into the whole topic of me here for the last, 1 hour plus, talking about this whole ordeal of Dragon Ball Daima being the ruin of Dragon Ball franchise. You know, what direction? Which direction do you guys want Dragon Ball to go in 2026 and thereafter? Personally speaking, I think I have made my mind clear. I have made my statement clear, crystal clear, that it doesn't make sense to continue Dragon Ball Daima because the first conception of it led us nowhere. In fact, it hurt the storyline of Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super. It actually hurt it. It hurt it because then it opens. I mean, how can, again, Goku in Dragon Ball GT as a kid, when his tail was pulled out, whether he was Super Saiyan 4, adult Super Saiyan 4 in GT, or he reverted into his childhood look, he always had his tail. Towards the ending of Daima, I think I said this earlier, but let me repeat it to give you exactly, for you to also understand where I'm coming from and what I'm talking about. During Daima, Goku didn't have his tail all along. It's like, and he wouldn't have obtained Super Saiyan 4 if it wasn't for Nava in the first place. Because he was lying there. Nava touched him and awoken his potential. That was how the story was supposed to end. You know what I think? I could be wrong, but you know what I think? Somebody is trying to sabotage Dragon Ball franchise. That's what I think. It's a conspiracy, right? I think there's a conspiracy going on. And this battle that they're going through, Toyotoro, Toei Animation, Kia Toriyama family or whatever, I think somebody is trying to ruin Dragon Ball franchise because how we saw it on 4K, our eyes did not deceive us. Goku wouldn't have been able to obtain Super Saiyan 4 on Dragon Ball Daima had it not been for Nava, who has the same power as Guru, if I'm not mistaken, if not maybe stronger than Guru in terms of cosmic ability. He was able to touch Goku and awoken that potential. Just like Supreme Kai was able to train Gohan and awoken Gohan's potential. Of course, Guru touched Gohan first, you know, but you guys know what I'm talking about. You know, if it wasn't for Nava, he wouldn't have obtained it. But towards the end, Goku then said that he always had this power. What the fuck is he talking about? That's one that gets me so annoyed. That's one that pisses me off the most. Are they trying to sabotage the franchise now? And the interesting thing is, I mean, who even, okay, the creator who's been doing it was the one that wrote it. It was his last work. But can't you guys think that maybe someone went in there and switched things and made it messed up? It was going to the right direction. Dragon Ball Daima was going to the right direction until towards the end when Goku said, because Vegeta asked him, How were you able to obtain that power? Because Vegeta was busy fighting. What's his name again? I forgot his name. God damn it. Fuck. He was busy fighting the villain. He wasn't paying attention on what was going on the ground because he was busy fighting. Nava went over to Goku, saw that he has no power left. He has no energy. He was looking up the sky like he was on Dragon Ball GT. His energy has been sapped out. He was done for. Nava went over, touched him, awoken his potential. And again, the transformation of his... Come on, man. Every time I think about it, it really ticks me up because the transformation, the whole ordeal of Super Saiyan 4 Goku transformation, the climatic of it, the scenery, it was speaking to the Saiyans' DNA, their natural evolution of their selves. You know, he spoke to Goku's core, their heritage as Saiyans. That was what it was almost like when Goku was showing, when Goku showed the Fat Boo transformations, when his Super Saiyan 3 made its first conception, right? When he was transforming, you went in, like they went into inside Goku's eyes. They went into his body, his origin, the whole, transfiguration, the origin of Saiyans and everything. Super Saiyan 3 spoke right into that. And I think that was what they tried doing with Daima. He spoke right into their heritage of Saiyans. So how the hell, and the tail came, and you guys realize, here's another fucked up thing. Here is another fucked up situation towards the end of Daima. His tail disappeared. How is that possible? Let me play this. Let me really play. Like, what the hell? What the hell?
Nani?
His tail disappeared. During GT, after Goku's transformation, his tail was out. That's why I keep saying that I think that there is a conspiracy going on in Dragon Ball franchise. Somebody is trying to fuck shit up. It's either that Toriyama wrote things the way he should be, which I think he was in his right mind. He was totally in his right mind. He wrote his stuff. It was supposed to be good. It was probably supposed to end with them and again, to edify what I just said, that there is a conspiracy, somebody trying to fuck up Dragon Ball franchise. I bet you that Toriyama, because we know Super Saiyan 4 Red Goku, that transformation was supposed to go to Vegeta. If Toriyama wrote it for it to go to Vegeta, then he passes away, bless his soul, and then somebody goes and thinks, why should we give this form to Vegeta?
Nani?
Why should we give it to Vegeta? What has Vegeta done for us to honor him with this transformation? Why? Why should Vegeta get it?
Nani?
Goku should have it. Okay, fine, you gave it to Goku, fine. I'm not mad about that. You gave it to Goku. He was the one that got it first in GT, so I get it. But to fuck it up by him not having his tail from the get-go, and after the whole ordeal of the transformation, after the battle, after Daima was imprisoned, his tail was gone. So what kind of idea are you trying to pass on to us? You see, most audience didn't really, most of them knows what they're doing, talked about it. And they talked about it and they didn't really trash it. They were just asking questions. They didn't trash it. And they didn't trash it simply because, I tell you this, they didn't trash it because they believe that this whole Daima thing is going to blow over, right? Now you guys got your Daima. You've done what you wanted to do, even though you fucked it up in the end. Goku not having his tail before, prior, and after the transformation. Now, let's get back to Super and forget about all of this. Because from what we heard, Daima happened on another time. It was another timeline, which the whole process of it did not make sense because Goku was supposed to have his tail before, during the transformation, and after. Or if he didn't have it before the transformation, after the transformation, he should have kept his tail. But I think the reason why they didn't want to do that either simply because they don't want Saiyans having their tails. But what's the point giving him Super Saiyan 4 if he's not going to have his tail? What's the point? And to go back what I've always said, the Saiyans, during the Battle of Gods, that ritual, that was where all the Saiyans should have gotten their tail. Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks, Gotenks, even the baby in Vidal's belly. That's where they should have gotten their tails back. Because they can't evolve without that tail speaks to their heritage. That's who they are. That's where they should have gotten their tails. Now you may say, well, they didn't have it, so what? That ritual shouldn't be possible if they didn't have their tail. And you may say, well, I mean, how are they going to get it? They have Whis. Whis could have made it happen. I'm not sure if Beerus would have made it happen, but Whis could have made it happen. It would have made it happen. If Supreme Kai was able to pull Goku's tail out during GT, Whis doing it is easy. It's like that. He'll probably have them eat something or touch them in some way to trigger their tails to come out. It may take maybe minutes or whatever. Whis would have been able to give them their tails back in order to make that conception of Super Saiyan red form to make it unique. But they didn't do that. That was their time and their chance to do it. Now they got into Daima and they didn't do it either. So what the hell, man? What the hell? What's good, Swag? Welcome to the chat. Well, if you've been listening to me, buddy, I've been going hard, man. I've been going balls deep. Pause. I've been going balls deep on my take on Dragon Ball Super and Dragon Ball Daima. And I hope you watch this live stream so that you will get to know my take on everything that I've talked about. And I see people are still voting for Dragon Ball Daima. Sure, if you want to, if Daima is your thing, more power to you. But you're pretty much an ass. You know? If you're voting for Daima and wanting Daima, I wish you could tell me why, because I would think that you're voting just to spite the whole situation. But, you know, if you're voting for Daima, hey, you know, that's your take. That's what you want. Just don't come complaining about it if you don't get what you want. Because Daima, yeah, man, cooked. So 17 minutes and 19 seconds left. "17 minutes and 19 seconds. So To reiterate my question, what do you guys think for the future of Dragon Ball? What are your expectations on Dragon Ball, the future of Dragon Ball, the continuation of Dragon Ball? What are your expectations in 2026 and thereafter? Because this topic, Genkidamatsuri, is going to give us a good perception on what's to come. And I hope they won't disappoint. I just hope they won't disappoint. Because it's been long time coming. You see, I don't mind, okay, here's the thing. If they are still horny for Dragon Ball Daima, they should make it a movie, not a series. If they make it a movie, if they make Dragon Ball Daima a movie and do it in a way to usher in Janemba, give him a good storyline in movies, and they make cooler canon, I wouldn't mind it. But to make it a series, if they, you know, the thing is, if they had made Dragon Ball Daima a movie instead of a series, you know, that would have been better. You want to know why that would have been better if they made it a movie instead of a series, episode upon episode? Because they would have been able to focus on what really matters. Because the first parts, the first 5 episodes on Dragon Ball Daima was trash. It was boring. Dragon Ball, the OG Dragon Ball wasn't boring at all. Dragon Ball GT Kid Goku was not boring at all. Daima was boring as hell. I was falling asleep on most of it. You can go check it out. Like some of the episodes were quite boring. Fighting with lasers. I'm like, what the hell am I watching? Am I watching Star Wars? Or for a second, I thought I was watching Star Wars for a second. You know? A version of the Z Warriors in Star Wars fighting, going over lasers and all this bullshit. Like, what the hell? Goku at this point should be able to withstand lasers. What are we? My goodness, man. You have the Z Warriors running from lasers. Lasers. For a sec, I thought I was into it, and I'm not a fan of Star Wars, by the way. If you're a Star Wars fan, more power to you, but I never got around it. I know few storyline here and there, but I'm not a fan of Star Wars because I never got around it. And, you know, it's not my cup of tea. But if you are, more power to you. You know, I thought I was into a Star Wars Dragon Ball, a Star Wars that has Dragon Ball characters in it. And by the way, if you hear grown men saying that they like Dragon Ball Daima, please ask them this question. Do you like the whole Daima, or do you like it just because of the transformation, the Super Saiyan 3 transformation and Super Saiyan 4 Goku transformation? Ask them why they like Daima and tell them to explain. And tell them, would you take Daima over Dragon Ball Super? Okay? The people that are saying, oh, they like Daima over Dragon Ball Super, or they like Daima better, please ask them this question. What about Daima do you like? What is it about it? The storyline or just the transformations? If they tell you that it is the storyline of Daima, then you know that you're not dealing with a real OG Dragon Ball fan. I'm sorry. If they tell you it's because of they like the storyline over Dragon Ball Super, that means they are cuckoo. Right? That means they are not OG Dragon Ball fan. Because an OG Dragon Ball fan will tell you, yes, I liked some part of Daima because he was able to explain certain questions, and we got to see Vegeta finally get Super Saiyan 3. And then they will probably tell you, I didn't appreciate that Super Saiyan 4 was supposed to go to Vegeta but went to Goku. which fucked up everything. Because if he had went to Vegeta, at least we can at least stomach that. Because, but then again, the question will still remain: why didn't Vegeta have his tail after the fight was over? You know. So, that's that, man. Exactly, Lord Modabi. I can't really pronounce that properly. I hope I didn't butcher that. I didn't like Super or Daima either. I am a Z fan. I want a more serious story. Exactly, man. I'm with you. I'm with you. We need that edgy content back. I miss those edgy contents, man. I really, really miss it. And I think one of the things that triggered this is the fact that I watched Fist of the North Star, the 1986 movie. I think it's exactly what triggered how I'm feeling right now. Because he made me remember, man, I've missed so, like, why is the current animes, the new gen animes, don't take these route? Like, give you serious, edgy content. I miss it. I miss it, man. But if you are to give me if I should choose either Daima or Super, I would choose Super because at least we have a bunch of serious characters in there. We have Hit, we have Jiren, we have Beerus, who is very serious, We have serious characters there. What do we have in Daima? Who is even... Is anyone scared of Duma or Doma? When Doma got his power, I was expecting some grand situation that will make him look serious. Nobody was scared of Duma. I wasn't scared. There was nothing about Duma that made me say, oh shit, it's about to go down. Look at the design on this character. It's almost like you see, Duma is like a character from universe from Jiren because he had almost the same outfit as Jiren. What the hell is going on? Did you guys notice it? Duma's outfit resembled the same outfit that Topo and Jiren them had on. There was nothing serious about Duma's villainness. It was childish. Everything was diluted. Everything was watered down. They forgot that grown-ass men that have supported this genre from the get-go, from the 1990-something, when the first Dragon Ball made its conception, all the way to now, that we have to sit back and watch this crap. If old generation guys are excited for it, they probably may be excited for Daima simply because it will give their kids chance to get to see Kid Goku once again without going all the way to the first OG Dragon Ball. But I bet you, after the end of Dragon Ball Daima, they must have been like, what the fuck did I just watch? Because they know better. They've seen better content. They've seen better serious, edgy content. So to see how everything was watered down, the Demon Ram, it's called Demon Ram for a reason. Everything was watered down, as if you're treating us grown-ass men as children. As if we haven't seen better. There was nothing excited about Duma. He wasn't scary. There was nothing there. I didn't take him serious as a villain. I did not take Duma serious as a villain. He is probably the most boring villain of all time in Dragon Ball franchise. The most boring villain of all time. Any villain that you ever think of right now, think of that villain better than Duma. In terms of presence, there was no presence. No presence, nothing concrete. There was no presence. And I think one of the reasons why they did it is because they want to please kids. We're not kids, man. What do you think we are? We're not children anymore. We are grown adults. Even when we were kids, we know what is real and what is not. Duma had no atom of presence. There was nothing about him that made me say, oh shit. Oh man, yo, nothing. Nothing at all. You know how a villain, when a villain comes out, you see the character, you see the demeanor, you see the presence. You know, you feel the presence. It makes you feel like, oh shit, this guy is about to rack shit up. He's about to cause chaos. He's about to make everybody pay. Nothing about that. Like I thought when he inserted that eye, that it's gonna be like it's gonna make him wait. I mean, he made him different, but there was no character there. There was no presence. Even what's his name? Margin K or Margin whatever. I forgot his name. The one that likes cookies, the fat one. Even him looked more. I would take him more serious than Duma. I forgot Margin something, Margin J or Margin T. I forgot the fat one. That him and Goku had a duo of Super Saiyan 3 transformation. That is it, Majin Du, I believe, right? Majin Du, yes, if I recall, Majin Du. Majin Du had more presence than Duma. I actually thought that Majin Du will be the next antagonist because it would have made sense. Why the hell did they let Duma be the main villain? They should have left it for Majin Du because he had the presence. He had the aura. You know how when Kid Buu is so serious, even before he turned into a kid, like the whole series of Buu Saga, you get this feel that this is an abomination. This guy is turning people into chocolate, is eating people up. Like he had presence. When they had Majin Buu, because they created Majin Du out of Buu's essence, that right there should have been the whole thing. Why the hell did they let Duma be the main villain? It doesn't make sense. It didn't make sense. They fucked it up again. Like you talk about fuck up after fuck up, fuck up after fuck up, fuck up after. How many fuck ups did Daima give us? A bunch. Majin Du had more presence than Duma, and that's a fact. Because when he was fighting, I believe it was Goku or Vegeta, who did he fight? Majin Buu had it with Goku, if I'm not mistaken. Or was he Vegeta now? When he got hit, you see his face? You see, like, that's that. And I've always called it. I called it when I saw it. I'm like, they need to watch out because this guy, if he really snaps, it's going to be chaos for everybody. He had presence. He had that look, even though he was fat. But when you look at him, you can see the seriousness. You can see that he just need one tweak thing to happen for this guy to snap. Even at one point, I thought that he's going to swallow his brother, because his brother is more smarter or whatever. I thought at some point, in order to gain more power, maybe he's going to fight Goku and Vegeta, and he's going to get his ass whooped. And in order for him to gain more power, and since he was created out of a pure DNA from Majin Buu himself, fuck. If you realize Dragon Ball Z, when Dr. Gero collected Frieza's DNA, Inko DNA, Vegeta's DNA, Yamcha, everybody, you notice that the reason why Cell is evil is because he had a good DNA from evil people. Frieza and King Cold alone, those DNA surpassed the good people. It surpassed, and again, Cell looked almost like King Cold. His final conception, the final Cell, was King Cold, literally, except the color changed the hair. He was King Cold. The only difference is he was leaner than King Cold. That's the only difference. But in essence, he looked more like King Cold. Right? So how the hell do you have Majin Buu, whose essence was who you have Majin Buu, you created Majin Buu, but during his creation, you have a good, and again, the witch, she said the other brother that was smart, that was kinder, she didn't dig deep enough in the ground to create him. With Majin Buu, she dug deeper because Arunsu, if I'm not mistaken, that's her name, was looking for a badass, wicked, badass character. She was looking for a margin that is stronger because the second one that was created didn't do it, couldn't cut it. She went back to the witch, asked her to make a badass, stronger, damn ready to rip someone's head off character. Right? And she then added Majin Buu's DNA and dug deeper in the hole. She dug deeper in the ground to make this next Buu or this next Majin stronger. They fucked it up there as well. Now, they did it good because she dug deeper in the ground and created Majin Buu. And he got the presents. When I first saw him, I'm like, damn. Now we have the villain. This is the villain right here. This is the villain right here. When I saw Majin Buu the first time, I was like, now we have the villain. This one is going to be the villain. He had the aura, he had the presence, he had the look, he had the demeanor, he had everything Majin Buu had, and even a little bit more. But what did they do with it? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Because they were not looking forward to give us grown-ass men a good-ass content and edgy-ass content. Now, now the stream should be available now. Let me see here. YouTube. Fuck. Said it's up. Says coming soon. It's not active yet. Simply waiting. Waiting, waiting, waiting. That's a good question, man. Any predictions? Well, yeah, if she said Majin Buu was a freak accident that she couldn't replicate, at the same time, she still used his DNA and she dug deeper into the ground because Arinsu wanted a stronger margin because the other margin wasn't strong enough. Okay? The other margin was not strong enough. Arinsu asked specifically, I need a stronger margin. Now, even though the witch said what she said, but at the end of the day, she used a pure DNA from Majin Buu himself. Majin Buu was created out of Majin Buu's DNA. That means his essence still, I bet you his essence still lies in there. Dr. Gero creating Cell, taking Cell from the likes of Tien, the likes of Vegeta, the likes of Goku, the likes of Piccolo. If I'm not yet, yes, the likes of Piccolo, the likes of King Code and Frieza. You see that when Cell came to life, he was evil because he had amongst all the other DNA, Frieza and King Code's Cell was just too evil, was just too radiant that made Cell to be evil. And if you look, I believe Dr. Gero's creation, he focused it more because again, Dr. Gero hated Goku for everything he has done, everything Goku has done to the Red Ribbon Army. He wanted to get back at Goku. So I believe that the creation of Cell, Dr. Gero made sure to use more, okay? Even though he used every other DNA that I mentioned, he made sure to make Cell resemble King Cole because King Cole's was a presence. King Cole, his presence was just, you can feel its presence. He is a presence incarnate. And then Frieza on top of that. Those two DNA was just too strong for the good guys to overcome. But look at this. Majin Buu was created pure out of Majin Buu's DNA, undiluted. She did not take DNA from any other person, any other good person. This is undiluted, pure evil of from Majin Buu. So how the hell did they do such a thing and didn't make use of Majin Buu the way they should? When Majin Buu fought Tamagami, right? Tamagami number 1 or number 2, I think yes, it was Tamagami. You could tell that, or was it Goku? Majin Buu fought Tamagami and won and fought against Goku, and Goku gave him a hard time. When they were fighting, you can tell that at any moment he's going to snap. Even some audience were talking about, oh, they can see, even me, I saw it too. They can see this Majin absorbing his brother to get stronger. You know, that's what we thought that may happen. No, Duma did not have any presence at all. No presence, no character, just bomb. Man, I haven't seen Gemily. Gemily, where have you been, man? Haven't seen this guy in so long. Gemily 17. Good to see you again, buddy. Hope you're doing well. How you been, man? Now, I'm patiently waiting here for the live stream. It's not up. It's coming. It's coming. Patiently waiting. Now, by the way, this is their 40th anniversary. I think I've said that before, but I just want to repeat it again. This is their 40th anniversary, ladies. So they better not fuck it up because they know that their mature audience, the audience that have supported Dragon Ball genre since the beginning of the conception of Dragon Ball, are watching this. All right? They know that the OG Dragon Balls are probably will watch this live stream. So they better not mess up with their announcements. 40 years in the making, ladies and gentlemen. This live stream is 40 years in the making. $40 baby. That's even before I was born. Before I was born, man. 40 years in the making, baby. And I'm so glad to be part of it. Damn. I'm so glad to be part of it. And yeah, it's an honor. It's an honor, man. I'm a ninja. I will be locking in here from time to time. All right, buddy. All right. So you're now a ninja, huh? A ninja watcher. No worries, man. So long as you're doing great, that's what matters. So long as you have your health, you have your family, you know, you have a good mind on your shoulders. That's all that matters, man. I'm sure that you're busy as well. I'm sure you're working hard, trying to make a name out of yourself. Now, I was expecting this to start exactly when they said that it's going to start. It's saying coming soon. How long are we going to wait? Maybe they're going to start at 8, right? Because it says 7:45 Eastern Standard Time. So they're going to have everybody get ready, you know, start at 8 o'clock. Maybe they're going to start at 8 o'clock instead of 7:45. Because I literally thought that 7:45 means 7:45. I kind of want to be going back and forth. Um, hmm. Kind of want to be going back and forth to check my live stream as well. Maybe I can just check it through here. Okay, in 5 minutes, right? Okay. In 5 minutes it is. I have my fingers crossed, man. I'm really hoping for something good to come out of this. Because this time I am joining in and I am joining this live stream and I have my hopes is really up right now. And I made the time to really hear it from the horse's mouth, right? I want to hear the information from the original source, the future of Dragon Ball moving forward. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth, man. From the cream of the crop person. What will be the future of Dragon Ball going forward? What games are we going to be getting? Are they going to focus on manga, more manga content on Dragon Ball Super? Is Dragon Ball Super coming back? Or are they going to go back to trashy Dragon Ball Daima ass, Dragon Ball Daima flood, Dragon Ball Daima bitch, Dragon Ball Daima piss content? Dragon Ball Daima whack. Dragon Ball Daima whack. Dragon Ball Die 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 arc. Dragon Ball Daima bitch. Dragon Ball Daima cooked. Oh, okay. I see the time now. The whole time I wasn't. Yeah, this time wasn't here the whole time. I didn't see the countdown. Now they started the countdown. Finally, man. My goodness, I've been waiting. I've been waiting, patiently waiting, yo. Let's start this, man. Let's start this up. If they're going to do a remake on Dragon Ball Super, I don't know why they would want to do that. Is it better animation they want to give us? Due to better animation or what? I don't know. I have no clue why. But if they do a remake, it would definitely be better animation. But to what purpose? We've seen it all. You know, we'll support it, but unless if they're gonna change a couple of things to make it better, to elevate it, then fine, do a fucking remake. But if they're gonna do it just because of animation, that's a waste of content. They should reserve that animation and put it towards making the continuation on Dragon Ball Super. That's what I would say. Because that money, that project, they should focus it on Dragon Ball Super continuation and give us something good. And or if they're going to do a Dragon Ball movie, fine, I'm all for it. You know, but let the movie be on par with the storyline. You know, probably tell us a story on Frieza, where he's been, since he's going to show up in Dragon Ball Super as Black Frieza. Where did he go? when he went off grid, who did he meet? Who gave him the ability? You know, who did he align with for him to go off grid, to go train into a hyperbolic time chamber of his own? Because I don't think Frieza knows there's a hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. I don't think he knows. And I think if he knows, he would blow it up just to spite Goku and Vegeta. So for him to go off grid and go train and become Black Frieza, if they do a movie on that, I won't be mad. Or if they do a movie on the other universes that were destroyed, what did they do to get destroyed? Were they conspiring against Zeno and he found out and destroyed all of them? Okay? What did they do? That would be a good content. That would be a good ass movie because we would like to know, because then it will usher in great characters that Goku is going to have to deal with. Because I'm sure those universes probably have badass, stronger opponents, stronger than Goku or Jiren. Even now. You know, they might have opponents that are stronger than Goku or Jiren, even at their level now. That's what is scary about it. All right, we got 40 seconds countdown. 40 seconds countdown. It's going to be a long one, huh? Well, you know what? They should just bring it, man. I got nothing doing tomorrow. Hopefully, I'm going to keep up my strength. Oh man, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go, baby. Man, I think the kid in me just came out. My goodness, man. The kid in me just came out.
皆さんおはようございます。ようこそお集まりいただきました。配信をご覧の全世界の皆さんもおはようございます。日本は朝です。本日はドラゴンボール元気玉祭りにようこそお越しくださいました。ありがとうございます。本日の進行を務めますフジテレビアナウンサー伊藤俊弘と申します。寒かったでしょ外ね。寒い中早い時間からお集まりいただきまして本当にありがとうございます。元気玉祭りで皆さんぜひ元気になってお帰りいただきたいと思いますが、改めて、2024年一昨年ですけれども大祭りから始まりましたドラゴンボールの40周年イヤーフィナーレを飾る今日は特別な一日、ドラゴンボール元気玉祭りいよいよスタートいたしました。1984年に週刊少年ジャンプで連載がスタートしたドラゴンボールなんですが、もうね1984年と言いますと私も、小学校6年生というタイミングなんですが、実に40周年ということになります。世界中で愛されるドラゴンボールモンスタータイトルですけれども、2024年からのこの40周年イヤー期間、多くのですねイベント企画が展開されてきました。でそんなアニバーサリーイヤーの集大成ともいえるイベントがこの元気玉祭りということになります。もうね皆さん会場をご覧になったかと思いますけれども、ドラゴンボールにまつわるあらゆるコンテンツが大集結しまして、皆さんをドラゴンボールの魅力でいっぱいの一日へとご案内いたしたいと思います。もう早くからお集まりの皆さんですから今日はね、一日たっぷりと幕張メッセ元気玉祭り楽しんでいただきたいと思います。さあそれでは本日一発目のステージプログラムに参りたいと思います。一発目のステージプログラム、今タイトルが出ました。新展開超発表元気だステージパート1です。新しい発表もあるということわかると思いますが、40周年を超えたその先ドラゴンボールが新たにどんな展開を見せるのか、超注目の最新情報皆さんにいち早くお届けしたいと思います。さて 始める前に一つだけお願いがございます。ステージ観覧にあたってはですね、プレスおよび関係者の皆様以外の写真撮影、動画撮影、録音などは固くお断りさせていただきます。どうかご協力のほど皆さんよろしくお願いをいたします。さあ、
よろしく
それでは会を始めてまいりたいと思います。ドラゴンボールですよ。アニメドラゴンボールといえばそうですよね、もうお分かりだと思います。この方です。どうぞ。
Oh man, I think they're going to pay an homage.
この元気玉祭りっちゅうのはすんげえイベントだな。ほらワクワクすっぞ。みんな集まってくれてありがとうな。
本日最初のゲスト、もうこの方しかいらっしゃいません。孫悟空役
Guys, you are
野沢直子さん。
looking, I'm sure this doesn't need an introduction. You are looking at the voice behind
どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Goku.
だからありがとうございます。さあ野沢さん、
はい。
2024年の大祭りというのがありましたけども、
はい。
The voiceover behind our favorite character of all time.
見てください。
すごい人です。
すごいでしょ
もうびっくりしました。こう出てきたとって感じでしたね。
はい、立ち見の方もね、奥深くにね、はい、皆さんね、手振ってくださってますね。はい、いや、よくさん、
はい、
大祭り以来ということになりますけども、こちらも大きなお祭りになりましたね。
そうですね。
元気玉祭り。
はい、40周年最後のねクライマックスを彩るということで大祭り開催できて本当に嬉しく思います。
そうですね。
はい、大祭りじゃない、元気玉祭り、すみません。
そうですね。大祭りからの元気玉祭りということでね。
Why do I keep
で
hearing
このステージはですね、
Daima-suri?
配信で全世界の方に、世界中ですよ。野沢さん
Sounds like Dragon Ball Daima right there. That they're still talking about Dragon Ball Daima.
ちょっと
あちらの
今ちょうど今あそこ正面のカメラに世界中が
うわ
はい
すごいですね。世界中って
そういうことなんですよ。ですからこれちょっと少しディレイがあるそうですけど、
はい、
お話いただいているコメントも全部英語に訳してという形で配信をさせていただいているということで。
す
そう
ごいで
なんですすよ。
ね。
オスはハローなんですかね。オス
そうです
は
ね
オスはハローと字幕が出てるのか
オスですねはい
気になるところですけど、でも
オ
やっ
ス
ぱりはい。
おかしいですよね。あのオツじゃなくて。
はい、字幕でということですが、やっぱりよくさん、世界中のやっぱり支持を受けているドラゴンボールだからこそということでしょうか。
そうですね。今回は日本の皆さんにもちろんイベントでこうやってお伝えするんですけども、
はい
世界中の皆さんもドラゴンボールも、ね、いろいろなことを、情報を含めて待ってらっしゃいますんで、今回は配信して皆さんにお伝えしようということになっています。
嬉しいですね。
はい、
あそこの
はい、正面ですよ。はい、会場の皆さんもちろんですけれども、配信の皆さんもぜひお楽しみいただきたいと思います。40周年いろいろとお二人にまずはお話伺いたいと思います。よろしくお願いいたし
よ
ます。
ろしくお願いいたします。
ではどうぞお座りください。2024年の大祭りからスタートしてこの1年、ドラゴンボールにとっては40周年イヤーということで、さまざまあったと思うんですけど、
はい、
ズバリよくさん、何が一番印象に残ってますか？
やっぱりなんて言っても大魔の放送というか配信というか、大魔をがやっぱり展開あったことですね。野田さん、こちらの
はい、
大魔、
野沢さんですから、これが現状ね、アニメ最新という形になるわけですが、大魔の印象はいかがでした？
もう私はすべてがもうって感じですね。一番目から
ちっちゃくなっちゃいましたからね。
特に今回はお話がね、誰もご覧になってないというか、初めてテレビで見るというお話だったんで、
そうですよね。
何が起こるんだろうっていうことで、毎回楽しみにしていただけたんじゃないかなって思います。
そうですよね。
そうですよね。私ですらもう楽しみになっちゃうんです
そう
から
なんですよ。
ね。
野田さんも、
いやでもご飯5点との演じ分けというのはね、もう皆さんよく知るところですけども、ちっちゃい悟空とやっぱり大きな悟空。
If you guys want me to make this screen a little bigger, let me know.
小さい時とね、大きい悟空は。
ね
はい。
小さいどうですか？どっちが楽しいって変ですけど、でもやっぱ大きい悟空の迫力もすごく感じるようになりましたし。
迫力がね楽しいですよね。で、小さい時は小さい時で、もう何でもこれなんだってなる。もう何もわからないもんで、はい。
よくさんやっぱり可愛い悟空もね、
はい
また堪能したなっていう気もしました。
そうですね、いろんなキャラクターがちょっと見に化してというかですね、可愛くなってっていうことで評判になって、でも小田さんでも小さい僕すごいお好きですよね。なんか
大好きです
いつも
小さいの
会うたびに可愛い可愛いっておっしゃってるので、
すご
やっぱり
く
小さい悟空の映像を見るともう可愛い。
可愛いですもう、
小さい悟空も野沢さんなんですけどね。
そうですね
でも可愛い。
可愛いです。
ということですね。
はい。
さあ40周年のイベント、まあ大魔のみならず様々ありましたが、よくさんその他いかがですか。
そうですね、今回もねいろんな商品出てますけど、40周年にあたって先生の原画を使った商品がたくさんこちら出てますけど、
はい
出したりとか、あとは東京駅にドラゴンボールストアというのをオープンさせまして、そういった形で、いろんな展開ができたなっていうふうには思いますね。
はい。大魔以外にもドラゴンボールカードゲームフュージョンワールド漫画ブースター一番くじドラゴンボール 40S で原画イラストがデザインされた商品がありましたし、今お話がありましたドラゴンボールストア東京のオープンドラクエウォークコラボといったような企画もありました。会場の皆さん、配信でご覧の皆さん、行ったわ買ったわ見たわという方ね、大勢いらっしゃるんじゃないかなというふうに思いますけれども、さあそしてまさにその40周年イヤーのクライマックスとして今日幕張メッセ大きなステージで元気だ祭りということになるわけですけれども、さあね、今朝一で来ていただいた方会場いらっしゃいますが、元気だ祭りの
Hope they talk about Dragon Ball Super
だ
here.
と思いますが、伊翼さんちょっと教えてください。
もう皆さん待ってはいないか、まだ
回れどうですか。もう回った。まだ回りきれてないね。まだ回ってない方がいらっしゃるみたいです。
とにかく新作のねバルーン、今回のイベントのために作った。
I guess they're talking about Dragon Ball Super because it is the latest content that they
あれ見た
got.
途端に行くぞって言っちゃいました。
行くぞの形してますもんね
そう。なんですよ。って
はい。
はい。
はい、それもありますし、たくさんデータカードスとかカードゲームとかゲームアプリゲームたくさんブース出てるんですけども、なんといっても、
はい
鳥山先生の原画展示ですかね。はい、こちらまだあれですからご覧になってないかもしれませんけど、
はい
展示がありまして、そちらが見どころだと思いますね。
そうですね。野沢さんも、
はい
会場前にねご覧になったということですけれども、
はい
いかがですか。鳥山先生のこの原画です。
びっくりしました。初めて見る絵もあるんですよ。でよくよく見てると、こんなシーンでこ
はは
う出てきたっていうのがわかるんですけど、
はい
もう見るのこうやって見ちゃいました。はい。
なんか野沢さんと一緒に見させていただいたんですけども、原画ってそのシーンというかストーリーの中のシーンを描いているものもあれば、
はい
先生が、自分の好きなようにシーンというか実際にお話でないようなシーンを描いてるやつもあって、
今ねキャプションがついてるんですね。見ていただいたら皆さん分かると思うんですが、週刊少年ジャンプの折り込みポスターにこういうのがありましたよっていうものですもんね。
そうですよね、
はい
だからお話の中ではないんだから、なので野沢さんもこんなシーンあったかしらっていう感じ
そう
そう
か。
なんですよ。で私これ見てて、
はいはい。
とっさにね出ちゃう言葉なんです。行くぞとかね。
はいはいはい。
とはっと思って、周りに人がいないかなと思っちゃって。
やっぱりね、魂を吹き込みたくなるね。
そう
今にも動き出しそうな先生のね原画という感じがしましたね。
そうです。
はい。そしてやっぱりちょっとフリーザを見ると闘争心が湧いてくるみたいですね。
もう大変です。フリーザ役をやってる方とも話しないですから。
Finally, they are talking about Frieza.
マコさんって言うと
はいはい。
何？
あら。
こういう顔になっちゃうんです。
Finally, Dragon Ball Super.
フリーザだけは
Conversation is starting to come
そう
up.
いう許せないんですよフリーザは。
今回原画でねフリーザと悟空が一緒にいる原画があるんですけども、もうそれを見た時の野沢さんの反応がもうっていう感じで
Finally, we are getting Frieza talk.
はい、でもこれ
Super
が原画だ
talk
って思うとね、またやはり感じるものというのもね、たくさんあるなというふうに思いました。ぜひ皆さんもね堪能いただければなというふうに思います。そしてですね、40周年アイテム丸ごと展というブースもあるんですけれども、これまでに発売された、40周年ですから本当にさまざま商品があります。それからこれから新たに発売される商品も一挙に展示されているブースもあるということなんですが、そこにですね、なんとこれまでのアニメのアフレコの台本、これが全シリーズもう大変な量展示されているということですが、 これも野沢さんご覧になった。
見ましたけど、
はい、
私持っておりますから。
そうなんですよ、はい、実は同じだけのアフレコの台本が野沢さんのご自宅にもある。
あります。はい。
広いご自宅ですね。
いえ、広くはないんですけど、まあそれが顔って組まれてます。はい。
でも伊代さん、やはり40周年分のアフレコの台本というのはね、やっぱり野沢さんのこれまでのお仕事を噛み締める一つの大きなアイテムかなというふうにも思うんですが。
そうですね、とにかく量がすごいっていうのがまずありますし、
はい、
一冊一冊にね込められた思いみたいなのをやっぱ考えるとね、もう積み上がってきたものを感じざるを得ないというか、すごいなとやっぱり思う展示で、今回結構いろんなところからいろんなものを集めてきたんですけども、
はいはい、
やっぱりここに行けばちゃんと全部あるっていうのはなかなかなくて、各所にお願いをして集めてるグッズになりますので、それであればなんかあれですね、シナリオというかコンテは野田さんにお願いして出してもらう集めるの
結構あれですか、アフレコの台本を集めるの苦労されたんですか。
ちょっとあれここがないあそこがないとかいろいろあったんですけど、
はいはい、
初めから野田さんにお願いしてちょっとね提供していただければよかったかなって今思いました。全部あるんですもんね。
ありますあります。はい。
結構あれですか、台本は野沢さん書き込んだりされるんですか。
します。はい。人には見せられないです。汚いから。
はいはい。
もう隙間があるところに線でこうやってなんとかんとかって。それで書いたものはなんとなくここに書いてあるって言うと分かるんですよ。こういうことを書いたなっていうのが。はい。
40年経って全く変わらない悟空ですけれども。はい、野沢さん自身のじゃあそのメモの感じなんかはちょっと変わった感じもありますか。アフレコのやり方そのものはもうそれも変わらないっていう感じですか。
そうです、ほとんど変わらないかな。
変わられてないと思います。もう、
いや、もうみんな感じてることだと思うんですけど、伊代さんこれがすごいですよね。
もう始まるとなったらもう悟空ですから。
そうなんですよ。
そうなんです。それでちょっと悟空のことになるとちょっと何すんのよつってねスタジオで言っちゃうんですよ。本当はスタジオの中で声を出すまではねその方なんですけどね、イコールになっちゃうんですよ、役とね。
いやでもそこがね、もう我々にとっての40年。
And they better start making content before anything happens to this lady. I hope she will live for another 20 years.
さてこの元気玉祭りですけれども、
they better start up with contents right now that she's still able and able-bodied
元気玉祭りのキービジュアルがデザインされたイベントならではのグッズが買えるですね、物販コーナーなど本当に様々なコンテンツがありますので、ぜひ会場の皆さんね、お楽しみいただきたいと思います。そして配信の皆さん、様々なライブコンテンツもありますので、引き続きお楽しみをいただきたいというふうに思いますが、さあ元気玉祭りのお話を伊さん伺いましたが、はい、今日はさらにですね、この元気玉祭りのこの特別なタイミングで特別な映像のご用意があるというふうに伺いましたが
はい、ドラゴンボール40周年ということなんで記念してもう本当とっておきの映像を持ってきました。もちろん全世界初公開の映像です。
はい、皆さん寒い中来た甲斐がありましたね。はい、全世界初公開の映像です。早速ご覧ください。どうぞ。
うわすごい、初公開。
Oh, nice. Oh, this is Bodok. Man, the drawing, man. The manga drawing is peak. Oh, this was Dragon Ball Super Broly movie. Manga. Man, I'm getting goosebumps, man. My goodness. Oh my goodness, this is aura forming, man. I don't know. This is giving me chills watching this as a kid. Man. Getting flashbacks right now. The tournament. My goodness. Memories, man. Majin Vegeta. This is peak, man. This is peak right here. May the creator bless Toriyama, man. This is what it's all about. Here it comes. A new chapter begins. What is it gonna be? The Galactic Patrol. Dragon Ball. Woo! Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol. It's about time, baby. It's about time. That's what I'm talking about.
スペシャル映像をご覧いただきました。
That's what I'm talking about.
ちょっと何から話そうと
Right there.
会場からももう自然と後半のね、部分で
Right
は
there.
拍手も湧き上がっていましたけれども、まず前半の鳥山先生のやはりイラストがですね、そのままこう動き出すような、
そうです。
そんな映像。
Super is coming
皆
back.
さんいかがでした？
もう私の中じゃすぐに出てくると、あ、動くってもう動いちゃうんですよ、自分の中で。と動きが違ったりすると、あ、そうか、僕こっち行こうと。
I'm so glad that I'm recording this as I'm live streaming. I'm recording it. I'm so glad I cut this. This is important.
これをあえて動かしての記念映像。これよくさんどういう思いなんでしょうか。
40周年という節目になりますんで、先生の描かれた漫画の絵とか、カラーイラストを 最新の表現に
Man,
よって
Galactic
どう
Patrol
いう形で動かせるかというかですね
that
それによって
name
なんか
alone
見たことない新しい映像ができるん
gives
じゃないか
me
と思って
so many ideas.
チャレンジした
Galactic Patrol.
それで作ったというの
You
が
know
こ
what
ちら
that
の映
means,
像
guys? Galactic
はい
Patrol.
冒頭はねカカロット悟空が地球に来るところからというところで、なんかこれまでのドラゴンボール悟空の歩みが感じられるそんな映像でもありましたよね。
もう今回は悟空の成長というか、終わらない冒険というのを意識して企画したので、冒頭本当に寂しいシーンではあるんですけども、
はい
悟空が、旅立っていくところから今の悟空の成長というかそっちにつなげていくような映像となってます。で今回東映アニメーションさんに、
はい
制作をお願いしてまして、ドラゴンボール Z とか GT で作画監督して関わっていただいた宮原さんに監督をお願いしていただきました。で結構流れるとね本当はすごく綺麗に動いてるっていう感じなんですけど、一コマ一コマ皆さんと相談しながら動きとかディテールを精査しながら制作したということで、制作過程は結構な苦労もあったと思うんですけど、
はいはい、
このような演奏になってます。
そしてね、壮大な音楽というのも印象に残りましたけども、これもとてもスペシャルな音楽ということですね。
今回音楽なん
And
で
this
すけ
has
ど、
made my day.
ハンス
This
ジマー
this
さんに
literally
お
made
願
my
いし
day.
て制作していただきました。
はい、このハンス・ジマーさんですけども、パイレーツ・オブ・カリビアンですとかライオン・キングをはじめて数多くの映画音楽を作り上げていらっしゃる方です。アカデミー賞など数々の作曲賞受賞歴もあります。世界的な映画音楽の作曲家が今回ドラゴンボールのために
そうですね、
作っていただいたということですよね。
本当に快諾いただきまして、
はい
素晴らしいこのね音楽すごい壮大な音楽を作っていただきました。
いや、音楽と原画が動き出す映像で何とも言えず鳥肌がねもう止まらないっていうね、そんな感じもしますけれども、オーケストラによる壮大で力強い音楽、そんなハンス・ジマーさんからですね、今日はメッセージを頂戴しておりますので、私代読させていただきたいと思います。ドラゴンボール40周年おめでとうございます。今回記念すべきドラゴンボール40周年記念スペシャル映像に携われてとても嬉しいです。鳥山明先生の素晴らしいイラストの数々とアニメーションにインスピレーションを受けながら、とても楽しく、そしてエキサイティングに楽曲制作をしました。全世界のドラゴンボールファンの皆さん、ぜひ楽しんでみてください。ハンス・ジマーさんからのコメントメッセージでした。いやー、音楽、野沢さんしびれましたね。
すごいですね。
Yeah, good to know,
早
Swag.
くね
Good to
聞
know.
きたいですよね、皆さんね。
はい、ことですね。はい。で、
Man,
その
I am
映
so
像に
excited
食い
right
入るよ
now.
うに見ていたんですが、
Super is
そこ
coming
からちょ
back.
っと小休止をして、ね、
Oh man,
会
it's
場
been
からは拍手が自然と湧くというようなシーンもありましたけれども、ドラゴンボールの新作アニメドラゴンボールスーパー銀河パトロール制作が決定しました。
うわー、すごい。そうなんですか。
新しいドラゴンボール
set for
がまた
production.
始まります。野田さん、
そうなんですか。私初めて来ました。びっくりした。
Oh, she never heard of it. This is our first time hearing
ちょっと
it.
びっくりさせたくて、
お願いします
そうなんですよね。
はい
いつでもなんか新しいの
I guess
びっくりさせ
Mrs.
ようと思って
Nozawa, they didn't tell her because they want to see her reaction
よ
to
く
it.
さん、
はい、
おっしゃれる範囲があると思うんですが、教えてください。ドラゴンボールスーパー銀河パトロール、どんな内容なんでしょう。
今回の「ドラゴンボールスーパー銀河パトロール」なんですけども、アニメ「ドラゴンボールスーパー」の宇宙サバイバル編というのがありまったと思うんですけど、その後力の大会編ですかね、その後
Finally
続く物語となってま
Space
し
Hawks
て、
finally the
漫画で言う
continuation.
とドラゴンボー
from
ルス
the
ーパー
Tournament
の
of
銀河
Power
パトロール囚人編としてコミックスにすでに収録されているところではあるんですけども、そちらの、アニメを制作しようということが決定いたしまして、
All you guys have voted for Dragon Ball Super.
すごい
I
ですね
mean Dragon Ball Daima.
はい、
今もうここに来て皆さんこ
All
の
y'all that voted for
この
Daima
二つ
kiss my
で
ass.
驚いてるぐらいなんですよ。
はい
はい皆さんってなってると思います今。
ま
はい。
たドラゴンボールが動き出すということなんですが、 さあ最後のこうなるとですね、ストーリーとそれからビジュアルっていうところもファンの皆さん本当に気になると思うんですが、悟空とベジータのイラストが最後に出てきました。悟空とベジータは伊翼さんですから、出てくるということなんですかね。
はい、ちょっとねっていう間に終わってしまったかもしれませんけど、先ほど映像の最後に出てきたイラストはこちらになります。どうぞ。
これですね。
はい。
The look on Vegeta and Goku's
ティザー
face.
ビジュアルということで、こちらも初公開ということになっております。
ベジータさんはわがままだからもう本当にもう頭きちゃいます。
ちょっと一緒に並んじゃってますけど、ちょっと変えましょうか。変えた方がいいかな。
でもね、ベジータさんはちょっとわがままですよね。
そういなきゃ困るんですけど、でもわがまますぎます。
はい、どういうやり取りがね今回のストーリーでは展開されるのかということなんですが、伊翼さん。
はい。
This is a big news, guys.
今のイラストのちょっと説明を
This is a big ass news.
悟空とベジータが並んでいて、胸にマークがついています。
本当だ。
はい。これ今回のサブタイトル。
And look at the symbol on their chest.
銀河パトロール隊員のマーク。
The symbol on their gear.
この2人が銀河パトロール隊員となって活躍するということになっているはずで
They're
す。
supposed to act as a trooper, as a galactic patrollers.
待つしかないですかね。
そうですね。今日はこうやってタイトル発表できたということがすごく嬉しくて。
So they're about to take Jacko's job or
と
something.
にかく最高の映像。
They're going after Jacko's job.
またちょっと今後の続行をお待ちいただければなというふうに思います。
Remember when Bulma told Jacko, like, do your job, you know, these guys are disobeying the rules, and Jacko said, I never heard anything, I never see anything.
ご覧いただくことができますので、じっくりお楽しみいただければなというふうに思います。さあということで午前中のねこのお二人とのステージ時間が迫ってまいりましたので、ちょっとフォトセッションの準備をさせていただきたいと思います。もう一度お二人にはねご登壇いただきます。一旦お下がりいただければと思います。
わかりました。
どうぞ拍手でお送りください。はい、では一旦お下がりください。ではフォトセッションの準備をよろしくお願いいたします。そしてプレスの皆さん、フォトセッションの準備を何卒よろしくお願いいたします。プレス関係者の皆様のみを対象としたフォトセッションの時間になります。一般来場者の皆さんはそのまま席にてお待ちいただければなというふうに思います。
That poster looks everything it should look. And I know that's not going to be the final poster. They're going to probably expand that poster. But for now, Goku and Vegeta will be working together.
野沢さん、やっぱり今日もカメハメハ出るといいですよね。出るか聞いてみましょうね。
Oh yeah, Kamehameha is coming. It will definitely be
大
there.
祭りの時も私進行を務めて、野沢さん今日カメハメハ出ますかって言ったら、出ますっておっしゃってたんで、今日も出るんじゃないかなと思って楽しみにお待ちいただけたらと思います。さあそれではスチールの撮影から始めさせていただければと思います。悟空も登場しました。ではよろしいですか。スチールセンター正面に目線をお願いします。いいですか。悟空がちょっと後ろ。悟空離れる。悟空ちょっと離れろって気持ちどうですか。ここでいい。では正面お願いします。
And they picked a tall dude to stand beside her. They didn't pick somebody her size. They picked probably a 6 foot or 6'5" individual beside
手
her.
のところに目線お願いします。よろしいですか。センターよろしいですか。では右方向お願いします。今下を見てください。
Man, I have a new content to make on just based on this news now.
では続いてまだ出さなくていいです。
I'm gonna make a new
出さなくていい
content
です
about this.
カメハメハ
Galactic
ポーズを
Patrol.
はいはいまだ
Are
出
they
さなくてい
going
いで
to
す
be
からね
patrolling
はい正面お願いし
to
ます
other
正面
universes that just got restored?
はい
You know that
こ
was
ちらは正面のみでいいですかね
that could also
はい
mean
よろしいです
that,
か
guys.
はい大丈夫ですかはいよろしいです
No,
か
I have a new content to make after this. I have
ムービー
expectations now. Yeah, a lot of
手を振って
expectations.
いただければなと思いますはい手を振って正面今赤いマーク出てますはい上の方ですよろしくお願いします
That Goku-looking character must be at least 6 foot. At least
よろ
6
しいです
feet.
かはいありがとうございました
But then again,
さあ今
Asian
野沢さ
people
ん
do
ポーズだけでしたけど
have
出
low
ます
height.
出ます
Maybe
今日
出ます
出ますか
if she's 5 feet or 5 or 4'9" or whatever, the guy probably around 5'9" or something.
行いたいというふうに思いますさあそれではカメハメハ悟空お願いします
行くぞ
Ikuzo!
め
Here he comes.
ーめー
ありがとうございました会場の皆様ありがとうございましたいやーやっぱりなんかこのたまりませんね生カメハメハさあそれではあまだね一言メッセージはいもうみんなね普通ならもうやっつけちゃってるんですけど
やっつけちゃった
やっつけちゃったんですけどまだみんな生きてるみたいなんではい
すいません
はいはい
それはかけなきゃいけないのかと思っちゃった
じゃあヨクさんから一言メッセージをお願いします
はい、今日のね、映像、この後 YouTube ね、
はい
ありますんで、本当に隅々まで見てほしいんで、その後の発表も含めて、これからのドラゴンボールの展開を期待していただければと思います。本日はありがとうございました。
しっかり見てってくれよな
はい
よろしく
The other guy standing beside her, he must be Vegeta's voiceover, if I'm not mistaken. But it doesn't sound like Vegeta. So now, guys, we've heard it. We've
さ
heard
あ
it.
ということでね
Dragon Ball Super Season 2.
悟空あすいませんねはい悟空も本当お疲れ様でしたありがとうございますやっぱりでも生のカメハメハはやっぱり燃えるものがね興奮しましたよねねおお興奮したよかったはい孫悟空でしたありがとうございましたさあということで本日最初のステージプログラム、新展開超発表元気だステージパート1は、ここまでとなりますでこの後ですねこちらのステージさまざま予定がございまして次は元気だステージプラス、新ゲーム超発表ステージということで今度はゲームのさまざまな発表11時からとなりますこちらはすっごい超すごい発表もちろんですけれども、影山博信さんによる応援ライブなども予定されてお
So
ります
this
の
is
で
the first
ぜひお
stage
楽
of
しみい
this
ただきたいと思います
Genkidama's
皆さん
stuff.
このままお待ちいただいても結構ですし改めてという形でもいい
This is the
みたいです
first stage.
引き続き意欲さんからいろいろ説明があります
There's
が
gonna be
いろんな
another
見どこ
one.
ろがありますのでドラゴンボール元気だ祭りお楽しみい
Please,
ただけれ
guys,
ばと
keep
思いま
me
すここまで皆さんありがとうございました
noted, huh?
楽しんでください
Notify me at any point in time there's a second one coming. Please let me know because I won't always be on top of this simply because of the stuff I got going on. So next stage, new announcement coming. What day is it coming though? They didn't really state much here. Next program starts at 6 p.m. PST Saturday 124. But that's today. So when is the next one coming, guys? When is the next one? I'm feeling great right now. I'm feeling so good because the new title the title of Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol, that literally leans right into what I was talking about. More Granolah, Black Frieza, and I can even expand it due to the fact that towards the ending of Tournament of Power, those universes that were restored, it literally means that Goku and Vegeta are going to be patrolling around the universe. You know, they're gonna be jumping from planets to planets, universe to universe, probably. But I think they will probably start them off traveling from planets to planets first. Okay, at least not the universe to universe yet, but planets to planets. I think that will be the beginning of it all. Galactic Patrol. That screams space. All of that literally screams space. Space event, space adventure. You know? Not that wacko, jacko, Dragon Ball Daima ass dime. Dragon Ball ass fuckers. Bullshit. Man. So next stage will be Genki Dastage Plus. New game announcement. So there's gonna be a new game coming. And I believe on that new game, I'm not sure if they are going to showcase characters from the manga as well coming in. I think the game is going, of course, I mean, if you want people to play the new game, you're going to have to add characters from the next upcoming series, from the next season in it. Not all of them, but at least one or two of them to make people to buy it. Because if you give the audience characters they've already played and there's no new special character coming in, I don't think they will be obliged to buy them. Now, I think one of you guys said that this is gonna go till midnight. You know, this is gonna go for a long time, but it lasted only half an hour, 45 minutes tops. Yeah, 45, because it started at 8, from 8 o'clock to 8:45. That's literally not even 45 minutes, 40 minutes. So the next announcement is going to be on the new game. But my goodness, that Galactic Patrol title gives me space situation. They're gonna be going around and making they've taken Jacko's job at this point. The next stage is coming up shortly right now. Oh, so the show isn't over. Okay, the show continues. And again, let's not forget, they haven't made Woob. They haven't made Woob canon. So are we going to see Woob on Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol? Are they finally going to make him canon? That would be great. So the show is not over, huh? All right, let's continue. I'm gonna go get another beverage because I'm drinking apple juice right here. So I'm gonna go get an apple juice. So give me 1 second. No, I'm just gonna leave the video rolling. Arctic Patrol. Are they going to run into Jiren with their patrol? Who are they going to run into as they patrol the universe? What other new character are they going to run into? Yeah, it would be nice for us to get to see who, because, you know, he's supposed to be canon long time ago. Dragon Ball Super, they were supposed to make him canon on the first season. Especially during the time Goku was going around farming, you know, because I'm not sure how long this is gonna go for, but I should be okay. All right, buddy. You have a good one, Lord Udadabi. You have a good day, buddy. Thanks for coming to the live chat. And I believe you're the same one that asked me to watch Fist of the North Star series. I believe that was you, right? If I'm not mistaken. Let me check here. Yeah, it was you that asked me to go back and react to the whole series. Okay. Please let me know in what order. You can go back and let me know in what order should I watch the series. Because I know there are different versions of them. Even there are Fist of the Blue Sky or something. Is it related to the Fist of the North Star? So I'm a bit confused. Please help me out there if you know how I can be able to watch them. Yeah, because I'm asking in what order should I watch it? You can go to the comment section and comment, or when I do put out the first episode, because now I'm dying. I miss edgy content, man. Watching that movie, it kind of triggered that edginess out of me, because it's been a long time, a very long time I have missed that type of content, you know, the edginess, you know, the edginess, the storyline, you know, that type of content. I miss it. I remember when I was watching Berserk, one of the things that stood out for me is just the edginess of it from the beginning till the end, and the storyline and everything, you know, it was behind its time, you know, it was ahead of its time. So okay, I do understand, but please, I want to know in what order I should watch them so that I don't make mistakes. Or you can wait when I post the first episode, which I think, if possible, it will be coming on Tuesday this coming week. You can then post it there. Let me know in which orders I should watch them, because I know there's a lot of them. You know, not just the first series. Yeah, because when I talk about the orders to watch them, I'm also talking about the movies as well. So you don't have to post it now. Wait till I release the first episode, because I'm gonna talk about it then. When I release the first episode of the series, which is coming this Tuesday, then you can put it out there if you don't want to put it now, because I know you might need time to make sure you give me the right direction. So wait till I put out the first episode. All right, the next stage is coming in 1 minute or less than 1 minute. Now, something tells me that when they came to the office, I'm talking about this, if they were gonna go do Daima season 2 or Super season 2, I'm sure it was a big battle. Like, what the hell are you guys doing? We have to get back to Super, or we're gonna lose our fans, because, you know we messed up on Dragon Ball Daima. There was a lot of potholes. It didn't make sense, some of the stuff we did. You know, let's get back to what makes sense. Let's get back to what made us money. I'm not saying that Daima didn't make them money. Let's get back to what we've been doing that worked. You know, somebody probably talked some sense into the people that were talking nonsense, probably smoking Zazas. Tell them what the hell, like, we should stop doing we don't want to do Daima. Let's get back to what worked. What our fans known us as. What worked, what made sense, what didn't give potholes and plot holes and just mess things up. Let's get back to what worked. And that's Dragon Ball Super. You know? Daima did make them money, of course, but it's gonna, if they had continued with Daima, it would have been played out, like overplayed out, you know, because it wasn't going anywhere really. Where, you know, the villain didn't stand out, the villain didn't have presence, the villain didn't have a concrete thing. I would say, all right, I respect this villain because of this, because of that, because of that. No presence at all, nothing that really stood out. And he was goofy too. Very goofy ass villain like that. Bitch ass villain. All right, the countdown is on again. But most importantly, ladies and gentlemen, I got to say that it's an honor, a big honor to be part of this situation because, you know, life is something, you know. I could have been sick. I could have been gravely sick. I could have been probably worse, but the Creator made it possible for me to be here, to be alive, healthy, to have this platform, and to have you guys as well as audience. You know, I'm very. It's all good, man. I am grateful. Grateful. I am grateful, man. As you all know, not every Dragon Ball fan had the opportunity to participate in this. Some of them are no longer with us today. Even the creator that made all this possible, the creator that started this, is no longer with us. Think about that for a second. You know, the creator is no longer, the creator that created Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama, is no longer with us. Think about that for a second. But his legacy continued. And thank you, Swag, for the email. I appreciate it, man. Because if you hadn't sent that email, I wouldn't have known this is happening. And I'm glad I heard it from the horses. right, here we go. It's about to go down again. The next stage, new game announcement.
皆さんこんにちは。ここからは元気だステージプラス新ゲーム超発表ステージをお届けいたします。進行フジテレビ伊藤でございます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さあ新発表ですよ。ここからはドラゴンボール家庭用ゲームに関する最新情報をお伝えしてまいります。そしてこのステージの最後、影山博信さんのスペシャルライブもございますんで、ぜひ最後までご覧いただきたいというふうに思いますが、さあどんな発表があるのか本当に楽しみです。では早速出演の皆様お呼びしたいと思います。ドラゴンボールシリーズエグゼクティブプロデューサー伊奥明夫さん、そしてバンダイ株式会社バンダイナムコエンターテインメントプロデューサー平野正幸さん、お二人です。どうぞ拍手でお迎えください。
よろしくお願いします。
お願いします。
よろしくどうぞお願いいたします。なんか超発表っていうところでこうお客さんもピッとね、期待の高まり、私個人的にはステージ上で感じておりますが、はい、ではまずは一言ずつ伊奥さんからご挨拶お願いいたします。
はい、伊奥です、今日はよろしくお願いします。先ほどちょっと違う発表をしたばかりなんですけど、はい、次にも素晴らしいものを用意してますんで皆さんお楽しみにしていただければと思います。よろしくお願いします。
お願いいたします。さあそして平野さんお願いします。
はい、バンダイナムコエンターテインメントの平野と申します。ドラゴンボールですね、ゲーム様々担当させてもらっております。本日は短い時間ですがどうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくどうぞお願いいたします。ではお二人どうぞお座りください。
はい、
はい、このステージ、もうステージの名前がですね、新ゲーム超発表ステージと
超発表ですからね。
超発表ステージですから
超発表、
これはもうお二人から新しい展開の発表があるということですが、そういう理解でいいですね、伊奥さん。
そうですね、先ほどもちょっと申し上げましたけど、はい、アニメの、ね、新展開のお話もさせていただいたんですけれども、ゲームドラゴンボールといえばね、ゲームいろいろやってますんで、はい、ゲームの新展開についても発表できるということで非常に私もワクワクしております。
はい、はい、そして平野さん、はい、もう今日のために初公開映像を今日お持ちいただいたというふうに伺いましたが、
はい、そうですね、はい、
はい、ではその映像、
もういっちゃうの？もうはい。
いっちゃう？
それでいいですか？
いいですか？平野さん、まずじゃあ映像見ましょう。映像見てから、はい、ではご覧ください。
All right. What's the next game all about? The new journey. Oh? Capsule logo. Who is this? That cannot be Bulma. That cannot be Bulma, man. Who is this new guy? Or new character? Running a simulation. Sweet! Sweet! Ooh. Nostalgia, man. The feels. Who stepped in front of her or in front of him? I don't know the gender of this character. Is it Saiyan 2? With earrings? age 1000, 2027. Oh, next year. New game project, age 1000, scheduled for April
いろいろ
18.
とびっくりする、そして気になるシーンもありましたけれども、プロジェクトの名前から平野さん発表お願いしていいですか、改めて。
はい、そうですね。はい、
Is it me or the-
発表させていただいたのは、映像内で
I
も
was gonna say it could be Charlie, but Charlie, Broly's girlfriend is green. she's an alien. She's green. They have the same hair color, but she's green. She has green skin, and she's not insane, so it's not
ニ
her.
ューゲームプロジェクトというふうに。
そうですね。はい。はい。
英治戦はニューゲームプロジェクトということで、正式なタイトル名はこれからということだそうですけれども、よくさんキャラクターがやっぱりね気になったんですけど、最後スーパーサイヤ人になっていたようにも見えましたが。
ようにも見えましたね。
ように見えましたよ。何者なんでしょうか。
あのキャラクター、ね、すごくかっこいいですよね。
はい。
あのキャラクターは実はこの
Yeah,
ゲー
who
ムの
was
ため
that?
に鳥山先生に書き下ろしていただいたキャラクターなんです。はい。で、この英治戦プロジェクトは世界観とかキャラクターだけじゃなくてさまざまな面で先生に関わっていただ
That
いて、
character is insane.
実はかなり前からこのプロジェクトは動き始めていたんですよね。で、かなり長い時間かけて作ってきているというものになります。はい。で、過去のどのゲームよりも今回この英治戦に関しては、たくさんの設定とか要素を先生に詰め込んでいただいたという経緯があります。
はい、平野さんですから構想自体をもうかなり前から先生と一緒にということで
Now,
すね。
this whole Galactic Patrol thing, I forgot to mention. You know how much they can meet other Saiyans? How much possible that there could be more Saiyans that are out there? This Galactic Patrol will leave more room for Vegeta and Goku to meet other of their you know how they say countrymen? This one is planet men. Does that make sense? Countrymen, but they're gonna meet their planet men, their fellow Saiyans. During this Galactic Patrol
我々の知らないよくさん
adventure.
新しい先生のドラゴンボールの世界ということですかね。
そうですね。新しいドラゴンボールの世界をこのゲームで体験できると思いますんで、
はい。
非常に特別な内容に仕上がっているんではないかと思いますので、とにかく早くプレイしたいな
そうです
という
ね。
感じがします。ぜひご期待ください。
さあではここからどこまで、平野さんがご説明いただけるのかっていうところをちょっと攻めていきたいんですけど、まずこれ英治戦ですけど、伊翼さんこれやっぱり当然年齢とか年とかっていうことですから、歴史みたいなものを指してるんですよね。
エイジというのはドラゴンボールの中の年号を表す、
そうですよね
単位なんで、もちろんそういうことになると思います。はい。ということはってことですよね。
ということはですよ、英治戦、歴史からするとだいぶ先というね感じもするわけなんですけれども、悟空のような
Dragon Ball
そして
timeline.
顔も確認できましたが、その頃の悟空というのはどうなっているのか、この辺はどうですか。
これ
教えていただけませんか。
ちょっとなんとなく英治戦ということなんで、未来というか、時代の話になるということで、ちょっと未来かなということなんですけど、平野さんどうですかね。
平野さん、
平野さんになんか言っちゃったら平野さんにすればいいかなと思って。
Wow, for the fact that he said that I asked Kyo Toriyama to create that character specifically, though this is a works that has been done prior, way prior to his passing.
何も言ってないじゃないですか。
はいはい。
これからね情報出していきたい。
これから徐々にということなんですよね。でやっぱりサイヤ人なのかなというようなところも気になりましたし、他にも伊翼さんやっぱりキャラクター出てくるのかなというところ気になるんですが、
先ほど話した通り、これ以外のキャラクターも、鳥山先生に書いていただいたりしてますので、見たことのないキャラクターが登場すると思います。本当に言えなくても言えない感じではありますが、非常に期待を持っていただければ、楽しみにしていただければと思いますので、今後の情報公開ご期待ください。
徐々にね期待を膨らませるこの期間を楽しみたいなというふうにも思うんですが、 2027、2027という数字がVTR にも平野さん出てきましたけど、これどういう意味ですか？
そうですね。
I have never played any Dragon Ball games, but if this game does come out, I might make time and play it.
はい、ただ今回はですね、発表は皆さんにまず処方という形でお伝えする場だったんですけども、
Or should I start with the previous ones that get acquainted with it before playing this
ドラゴン
one?
ボールゲームスバトルアワー2026というイベントで発表したいというふうに思っていますので、こちらもご確認いただければなと思っております。
はい、今お話にありましたドラゴンボールゲームスバトルアワー2026なんですけれども、これはですね、全てのドラゴンボールファンに向けた大型イベント、日本時間の、これ日本時間と言わないといけない、4月19日20日の2日間にわたってアメリカ・ロサンゼルスで開催されます。展示、ステージ企画、参加型ブースなどさまざまなドラゴンボールの魅力に触れられる体験が予定をされております。このステージ配信も予定しておりますので、ぜひご覧いただきたいなというふうに思います。さあ、ということで平野さん、
はい、
これ以上は今の時点では言えないんですね。
そうですね。
はい、
聞かれてしまうと
でも
なんですけども、
絶対に期待していいですよね。
はい、もちろんです、もちろんです。はい、本当にいっぱいね、いろんな人に協力いただきましたので、はい、いいものにしてあげていきたいというふうに思ってます。はい。
はい。では最後にお二人から一言ずつでは、よくさんお願いします。
はい、これも先ほど話ありましたけど、長い時間をかけながら丁寧に作ってきたということで、やっと皆さんにねお披露目できることができたので、非常に嬉しい機会となりました。とはいえね、本当にごくごく一部なんで、この先の情報、次はバトルアワーですね。
そうですね。はい。
バトルアワーの情報を期待して待っていただければと思います。これからもドラゴンボールのゲームどんどん進化してきますので、ぜひご期待ください。ありがとうございました。
平野さんも改めて一言お願いします。
はい、本日は改めてありがとうございました。はい、先ほどですね、ご紹介した通りですね、鳥山先生、よくさん、そして関係者皆さんもですね、本当全面的な協力のもと、新たなプロジェクトを今日発表することができましたというところで、改めてお礼申し上げます。そしてですね、今日のプロジェクト発表は以上と、新発表は以上となりますけども、この後もドラゴンボールのゲーム最新情報、いろいろお届けしていきたいというふうに思っております。はい、ドラゴンボールファイターズ、ドラゴン Z カカロット、ドラゴンゼノバース2で、そして最後にはですね、ドラゴンボールスパーキングゼロの最新情報、こちらもお届けしたいというふうに思っております。特にスパーキングゼロはですね、情報が盛りだくさんですので、最後に本ゲームの担当である古谷プロデューサーにも、登壇いただいて、もらおうというふうに思っております。はい、改めまして本日はありがとうございました。
はい、お二人本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
ここまで伊予さん、平野さん、お二人のプロデューサーにお話を伺いました。どうぞ拍手でお送りください。そしてぜひ今後にお二人のこと
You know what I love about Japanese people? They still hold onto their culture. You know, they bow at the end of their conversations. You know, even in this modern world, they still hold onto their culture and their way of life. That's good to see, man.
本作のレジェンドプレイヤーを招待したエキシビショントーナメントドラゴンボールファイターズマスターズショーダウンが開催されます。これロサンゼルスで行われるんですが、日本からも2019年度のワールドツアー優勝者51選手が参戦します。
So these are the top players.
今大会のルール、そしてトロフィーを初公開します。まずはルールです。今回は3ラウンド制のスイッシュ式ルール。各選手が3組み合わせずつ戦った後、上位4名による決勝トーナメントでチャンピオンを決定します。それぞれの選手がたっぷりと試合を行えるルールになっていますので、
What does the champion win?
見られること間違いなしです。そしてチャンピオンに贈呈されるトロフィー、こちらです。ドラゴンボールダイマに登場した孫悟空スーパーサイヤ人4がモチーフのオンリーワンのトロフィーになっています。このトロフィーを手にする歴代最強の選手は誰になるのか。現地での当日予選、そして配信もあります。ぜひドラゴンボールファイターズマスターズショーダウンご注目ください。
That's all the champion wins? Come on, they should have done it a little better.
ドラゴンボール Z カカロット、自らが孫悟空となりドラゴンボール Z の物語を一から追体験できるアクション RPG です。カカロットでは現在アニメドラゴンボールダイマの物語を再現した追加ダウンロードコンテンツを配信中です。さらに本編と 2つのダイマのダウンロードコンテンツがセットになったダイマエディションも発売中です。ご注目ください。続いてはドラゴンボールゼノバース2に関してです。ドラゴンボールゼノバース2は自分自身が主人公となりドラゴンボールの世界に飛び込むことができるアバターアクションゲームです。主人公はドラゴンボールの歴史を守るタイムパトローラーとなり、おなじみのドラゴンボールキャラクターたちと共にさまざまな困難に立ち向かいます。今年でリリースから9年目になりますので、すでに本編をプレイしていただきタイムパトローラーとして歴史を守ってくださった方、会場にもたくさんいらっしゃると思いますが、まだまだ新作ストーリーがダウンロードコンテンツで追加されております。全4部作の大型ダウンロードコンテンツシリーズとして現在配信を行っているフューチャーサーガでは、超極悪化のエネルギーを使った実験をテーマにさまざまなキャラクターが登場します。で、今年の10月に配信された最新ダウンロードコンテンツチャプター3では、フリーザがなんと神の力を手に入れた新形態になって
Broly's kid.
襲いかかるということです。
Charlie and Broly's kid. LOL. That would make sense if you ask
ある
me.
方もですね、さらにこれからパトローラーになるあなたも誰でも楽しんでいただけるさまざまなコンテンツをさらにご用意しておりますので、ぜひ一度ゼノバース2の世界を体験してください。それからパトローラーの皆さんお待ちかねのフューチャーサーガ最終章チャプター4に関する続報もぜひお楽しみにお待ちいただきたいと思います。私の方からまとめてご説明をさせていただきました。そしてもう一つ、ドラゴンボールスパーキングゼロに関してはスパーキングゼロの古谷プロデューサーに最新情報を
Yeah, guys, for the better part of me, I've never played any Dragon Ball. I mean, I would say when I was a kid, maybe I might have touched a little bit of it when I went to a friend's house, but I never actually sat down and played the Dragon Ball games. I'm not sure when I was a kid if I dabbled into it at some point, but I don't remember now. I don't think so. You know? I don't think so. And I know you must say, oh, really? Yeah, I never sat down and played, like really played through Dragon Ball Z game. I never had the opportunity because if you really think about it, I had Mortal Kombat that I played, right? Because Mortal Kombat is more, because from the demography where I lived back home in Nigeria when I was coming up, we had Mortal Kombat. That was what we played more of than Dragon Ball games. And when I came here, I didn't dabble into game like that because I was focused in going to school and all these things, and it eluded me. Even when I started going into games, I never played Dragon Ball games because there's Mortal Kombat, because Mortal Kombat was more fun. It was more, I'm not saying Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball games are not. I've never played, so I don't really know. But when it comes to, how do I put it? When it comes to seeing interesting things, I think Mortal Kombat was more of what I was geared to, because you get to fight and you do fatality, you do brutality, you do you do crazy stuff with Mortal Kombat, So I saw Dragon Ball games, like, isn't it the same as Mortal Kombat? But with Mortal Kombat, you can do a little more with how you defeat your opponents. So that's why I never played a Dragon Ball Z game, because of Mortal Kombat. So there you have it, guys. That's another truth that you're hearing right now on live stream about me.
はい。で本作ですね、なんと大型ダウンロードコンテンツの配信が決定いたしました。はい。で映像をご用意いたしましたので、まずはこちらをご覧いただければと思います。
We all remember this part.
Give me all you got. Just die already! You face the Demon King himself. I shall rend you limb from limb.
This might actually be fun. Behold, this is what the ultimate android looks
And
like.
GT, the Ultimate Android 17 on GT was badass, man. He was badass.
I already told you, that's enough!
I think this is a new game that is coming out. Oh, Spanking Zero new DLC coming soon. Maybe when this comes out, maybe I will dabble into it. Okay, guys? When this game comes out, when is it coming out? I don't know yet. When it does come out, maybe I will dabble into it. Now, when I said that I haven't played any Dragon Ball Z games, that doesn't necessarily mean I haven't watched someone play one. Because there are a lot of games that I didn't play myself, but I have watched someone do the walkthrough. But I will tell you, Dragon Ball Z games I have never played. I don't think so. And even when I watched people play, I didn't stick around to see any concrete storyline behind it. You know I have used Dragon Ball games during my vlogs when I was doing Dragon Ball content, talking about the transformations. I have used movies from Dragon Ball games so that I can extend the scene longer so that I don't get copyright if I use the original video from the original series. But I haven't really, I haven't dabbled into it. Man, watching Super Android 17, I remember GT, man. He was a menace. He literally, and when he merged together, man.
はい、今年の夏頃ぜひお待ちいただきたいなというふうに思います。もう少し先かなと思いますが、もう一つあるそうですね。今日は新しい情報が。
はい、そうなんです。皆様に一つお知らせがあります。本日の元気玉祭りが終わってすぐの1月26日に無料アップデートを予定しておりまして、前作スパーキングメテオをプレイされていた方は、
Oh, I thought that it's Spanking Zero with maybe the second one. Oh, if it's already out, then okay. So they are just adding new characters into it. All right.
いろいろなバトルを用意しておりますので、
Good to know.
遊ばれたことがある方にとっては懐かしさも感じられるミッションも多数ありますので、ぜひお楽しみいただければと思います。はい。
Yeah, because I never thought, to be honest, I'm not kidding you. I never thought that Dragon Ball games actually have missions, like you can go on a mission, like your real mission. You know, I saw it as something that you just, like Grand Drift Auto kind of thing, where you go around fighting people or something.
ちょっと盛りだくさんなんで、もう一度確認したいという方は YouTube。
はい、詳しい情報はこの後すぐにですね YouTube で公開予定の DLC ショーケースという映像でご紹介しますので、ぜひそちらも合わせてご覧いただければと思います。
はい、合わせてぜひチェックをいただきたいと思います。さあ、そして古谷プロデューサー、はい、このステージのためにもう一つ嬉しい情報があるということですが、はい、最後にビッグなニュースを皆様にお伝えできればと思います。なんと今回お話しさせていただいた新しいダウンロードコンテンツの主題歌が決定いたしました。はい、決定をいたしました。そしてなんと今日はこの主題歌歌ってくださっている方に来ていただいております。お入りください。この方です。
And again, another reason why that I never saw the game as something that I could dabble with, even though that now that you guys are mentioning it, there are other characters that I don't know anything about them. Because if I've watched the anime and I know if I play the game what I'm going to see, it kind of made me to not really see the need to play the video game. But then again, when you really think about the other characters that are not in the series and maybe future characters that will come into the series, I guess I see where it makes sense to get into the game and to get to know it, because there may be stuff that is in the game that is not in the series, which I have seen here and there. And with Dragon Ball, what's the name? Dragon Ball Superhero. Was that what it was called? Dragon Ball Heroes. Dragon Ball Heroes. There were characters there in those anime or that genre that they are not canon on the main series yet, but they are canon in the video games. So yeah, I see what you guys mean.
今回は作詞作曲もということですが、どんな思い、どんなお気持ち込められましたか？
やっぱりZ の頃からずっと続いてるドラゴンボールの精神ってあるじゃないですか。はい。それを一番大事にしたかったので、やっぱりいつも元気で聞いてる。
And Asian people, that guy you're looking at right now probably is 60, probably 70 years old, and he looks 60.
今日はですね。
If he looks 60, he's probably 70 years old. If he looks 50, he's probably, if he looks 40, he's probably 50 years old. They really know how to maintain themselves, man.
会場の皆様、配信の皆様、お楽しみをいただきたいと思います。そのダウンロードコンテンツの主題歌、ドラゴンボールスパーキングゼロダウンロードコンテンツ主題歌ゼロを影山さんに披露をしていただきたいと思います。影山博信さんでゼロです。
And he still has his hair and shit. He still has his hair. Maybe that might be a wig, but. So he's singing the opening song on Dragon Ball Spanking Zero, huh? Zero! W.
Thank you!
影山博信さんでした。ありがとうございました。ありがとうございました。この後もね、もうワンステージあります。
Dude is earning that paycheck.
ぜひ皆さんお楽しみにお待ちいただきたいと思います。
Oh yeah, you can rest assured know that. He's really earning that paycheck, all right. I'm not sure if he's wearing a wig or if that is his real hair. I don't know.
さあということで、短い時間でしたけれども、情報
If it's his real hair, that means he has taken good care of himself over the years.
新ゲームプロジェクトのエイジ1000に関する情報、ドラゴンボールファイターズ、そしてドラゴンボール Z カカロット、ドラゴンボールゼノバース2に関する情報、さらにドラゴンボールスパーキングゼロ大型ダウンロードコンテンツアップデートはもうね、明日ということでしたけれども、非常に多くの情報が出てまいりました。今後もですね、ドラゴンボールに関する情報を公式 X などでお届けしてまいりますので、ぜひフォローチェックをしていただければなと思います。さあそして元気玉祭りステージですけども、この後午後1時から、新展開超発表元気だステージパート2、パート1っていうのが実は午前中あったんですけど、パート2でもまたですね新たな発表があるようですので、ぜひお楽しみにお待ちいただきたいと思います。このステージはここまでとなります。皆さんありがとうございました。
So this stage is done. How many stages do we have? Oh, okay. So we got more time. It's supposed to last till midnight based on what our 9944 is saying. This is going to go till 12 a.m. this morning, my time. So that will be in the next 3 hours. This is gonna go for the next 3 hours. Now they have given me the information that I've been dying for. So the rest of the other stages is probably for more, for me to get to know more about what else is coming up. Video games per se. Now the next one is exclusive announcements. So I'm gonna see what this exclusive announcement is all about. Because they've already given me what I needed to know, but there could be more. Are they gonna go in details on this time patrol arc that is coming up? So, how was your day, guys? I guess this break gives us time to talk about other stuff. Now, there's this rumor going on. I'm not sure if it is true. This is probably another topic. There's this rumor that is going on that after this upcoming Bleach 1,000-Year Blood War, the fourth season, or let me say Core 4, that there's going to be a continuation. I'm not sure if any one of you has heard that. It's a rumor. If that's the case, I think it might have been inspired by the fact that the other big threes are still ongoing. Dragon Ball is still ongoing. One Piece is still ongoing. And I guess Bleach has figured that, you know what? Why don't I expand this story? Why should it end here, right? I think Bleach, if it's going to continue after the Fourth Ninja War, sorry, not the fourth, Naruto, the Fourth Ninja War, after the fourth season, Blood War, if it's going to continue, I think it's inspired by the other big threes that are still ongoing. And even Naruto, I would say that Naruto is still kind of ongoing. If you look at Boruto, Boruto is Naruto's son, so Naruto is still kind of ongoing in a way due to Boruto. So I think it might have been this reason Bleach is going to continue. after Blood War. Now, it's a rumor. I'm not sure if it is true, but that's what I heard. So they are done, huh? They are done with Galactic Patrol panel. Yeah, because after the Galactic Patrol stuff, which is the main stuff, she left. She went home to go rest. You know, she's old. She can't stay here for 3 hours waiting for her turn to come and give more information. I think that's done for that. But I'm not sure if there's any other stuff that they're gonna do. Because in the next 3 hours, what other information are they going to bring? That's what I don't know. You know, what other information? They've given us information on anime. They've given us information on video game. What else is there? I will wait for this stage, but after this stage, I may dip. You know, I may bounce after this next stage because they've given us information on anime, video game. What else is there to give? And if you notice, they ended this stage pretty early because the previous stage lasted until they ended it around 8:40, right? But this stage, they ended it, I think, 9:20 or something, 9:25. Yeah, so I'll wait for the next stage. After the next stage, I'm gonna bounce because I don't think I think this is pretty much it. I've gotten, but just for the sake of content, I'm gonna wait for the next stage. Because frankly speaking, they already made my day. They have already made my day, man. They've made my day already. Mobile game. Maybe that might be the one that I will probably make time and play when I'm not busy or when I'm not doing content. The mobile game, I'm not sure if it has something to relate, you know, if it's related to the main video game, like the console games. I'm sure it does in some way, shape, or form. And what anime are you guys watching currently? Are you guys watching any current animes that is going on? Or are you guys playing video games? What are you guys doing in your spare time? Playing video games, watching anime, or watching TV show? Yeah, I'll try and see what the next stage is going to be all about. After that, I'm gonna dip. I'm not sure if I'm going to watch all of it. Because I'm pretty. How long have we been going for? We've been going at this so almost 4 hours, man. Almost 4 hours of live stream. I think this is the longest I've done. No. Let me check. I'm not sure if I think this might be the longest live stream I have done on this channel. Let me see. No, it's not the longest. It's not the longest. But if it keeps going, if we get into the 4th hour, it's gonna come pretty close. We get into the 4th hour, it's going to probably surpass most of the live stream that I've done. Because I'm checking now. Final Fantasy XVI, I think is the longest. Okay, is the longest live stream I have. I think the longest. I can't talk anymore. The longest live stream I have done is 5 hours and 30 seconds. 5 hours, 30 seconds, and 56 minutes, I think. When I'm starting to mumble while I'm talking like this, that means I'm getting tired. That means I'm getting close to my limit. Yep, 5 hours, 30 minutes, and 56 seconds is the longest stream I have had on this channel. Holy shit, the next announcement will be in an hour. I don't think I'm gonna wait for that long, man. So it said here 8 p.m. PTS. So let's make that into Eastern Standard Time. That's 11 p.m. my time. So in 1 hour, fuck. I'm not gonna be able to wait 1 hour, guys. And thanks for bringing that up, Aura9944. Thanks for bringing that up. In 1 hour, I didn't even check, because whenever I see PTS, I know it's not my time. So I didn't even compute this to make sure that it's gonna be in 20 minutes. Because if you realize, the last two stages were 15 to 20 minutes interval, but this one is 1 hour. Fuck. And I've been here for the last 20-25 minutes. So I think it's the high time I bid this live stream farewell. So I'm gonna go get some rest. Yeah, swag clocked out, turned off his TVs and shit. Just turned everything off. Yeah, man, I'm gonna go to bed because I have Hell's Paradise to do. Actually, what time is Hell's Paradise coming up? Hell's Paradise Sunday 10:15. So I should be able to clock that. And I will probably get ready for Fist of the North Star. And then see how that goes. Man, like I said, watching that movie triggered a lot of things for me, man. I missed a lot of the old animes, a lot of the stuff they were able to give us, the storyline, even I think during the opening of Fist of the North Star, the 1986 movie that I watched, if I'm not mistaken, during the opening they showed you English subtitle. Anime company used to do that. You know, the English when they're giving you opening, there's an English subtitle where you can follow up and get you're synced into the opening and you get to know what's going on, what they're talking about. Now, openings now don't give you English subtitle, which I think it's not fair because if you don't speak the original tongue, you won't know what they're singing about. You know, because when you do know, it kind of helps you. It creates a better bond with the anime, you know, with the content if you know what they're singing about. But these days they don't give you subtitles anymore, which I think it's not right, you know? It's not right. So guys, thank you for joining me on this reaction. As you can see, I can barely keep my eyes open and I'm stuttering sometimes when I'm talking because damn it. It's been quite a live stream. And the live stream did make my day. I'm not going to lie. I do appreciate the fact that Super is coming back in a big way. It's going to break the internet. You know, it's going to yank the internet into two when it finally comes out. Can you imagine the first episode, the amount of support the first episode of Dragon Ball Super Galactic Patrol, even hearing that Galactic Patrol, that, you know, it's already giving you nostalgia already. You know, the first episode is going to be interesting. It's going to gain so much support. It's going to probably beat a lot of some of these most animes that give you a good episode in one of their seasons, like Solo Leveling, the battle between Sung Jino versus Beru. It's probably going to beat that. It's probably going to beat some of One Piece top episodes. It's probably going to beat Bleach top episodes. You know, it's gonna yank the internet because I remember vividly when Dragon Ball Super came out. I was starting to be I was already a YouTuber when I think back in was it 2018 or 2019? I was already a YouTuber back then. I wasn't doing anime reaction just yet. I was doing more of vlogs and unboxing videos, fitness videos, reaction on Impractical Jokers, reactions on Family Guy, reaction on movie trailers, reaction on Marvel's content, DC content back then. And then, but every time Dragon Ball Super came out, I always watched it. So along the line, I'm like, you know what? I do watch anime. I'm a YouTuber. Why don't I do anime reaction? And I started doing anime reaction and I never stopped. You know, when I started, as soon as I went into anime reaction, I negated every other reactions that I was doing back then. Family Guy reaction, Practical Jokers reactions. I was barely doing unboxing videos. I was no longer doing fitness videos, like, you know, because that was what I started with when I became a YouTuber. My very first channel, I was doing vlogs more, unboxing videos and all of that stuff. But as soon as I became a genuine reactionist on anime, I never looked back. You know, I never looked back. So, yeah, as I was saying, Dragon Ball, I think when I started reacting to animes, Dragon Ball Super was one of the episodes I started with. I think the first episodes or the first animes that I did reactions on was Devilman Crybaby, which as soon as I uploaded the first 2 episodes, I got a copyright strike, Sony Music Entertainment. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, I was new, so I didn't know how to navigate back then. Even most YouTubers didn't know how to navigate. YouTubers that do anime reactions, it took a very long time for people to really get around how to beat the copyright system or how to tweak their animation or something. Even now, I mean, some of these anime reactors that still react to anime with volumes on, they talk a little bit, they remove the video, but they put volume on and they talk for quite some time, even with the volume on. You know, back then it wasn't a thing. No, everybody was almost doing the same thing, and a lot of people were catching copyright claims. You know, of course, the favoritism they were barely catching copyrights because YouTube have their favoritisms. And if you look into anime reactors, you know the ones I'm talking about. You know, they leave the video on the volume and they are watching it for a very long period of time before they take the video out to talk and all of that stuff. You know, hey, at the end of the day, enjoy it, man, to eat his own. It looks like the next part is about to start, guys. The next part is about to start. Gohan Beast. What a way to kick this one off. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Yeah, that's not coming from me. It's coming from them, not me. Because it felt like there are two voices at the same time.
一番くじドラゴンボールバトルオブザスーパーサイヤン2026年1月31日より順次発売予定。一番くじドラゴンボール特設サイトもチェック。
絶対見てくるよな。
Ooh, Gogeta. Holy. That must be a character from. These characters must be from X Universe or Exxon or whatever it's called, and the video game characters. Black Goku, Zamatsu.
Prepare to face the strongest foes in Dragon Ball Legends.
Now all these other stuff is just nostalgia, nothing much. It's all nostalgia feels to get you pumped up.
Push beyond your limits and unleash your true power. Relive the most epic moments in Dragon Ball history. Dragon Ball Legends. Download now and join the fight.
Nostalgia forming.
This might work.
Daima. Out of all the stuff they could bring, man, they gotta bring Daima stuff. All right. Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta. Man, that transformation was intense. I think it is one of the intense transformation in Dragon Ball history. I'm not gonna lie. That Super Saiyan 4 transformation Goku, it was one of the intense, probably the most intense transformations. What is Beerus and Champa smiling about? They're supposed to be training. You guys better don't let this Moro surpass you. You better not let Goku and Vegeta surpass you in power. You guys better get to training and stop lazying around. Now, this is what I call presence. Every time you see Frieza, you know, presence incarnate. Just presence, man. Aura forming everywhere. Just his demeanor, everything. Jack. Cell. Ooh, Deborah. Poor Krillin. This is just nostalgia stuff, man. Or this is nostalgia. Genkishi. Is this a new Dragon Ball game? It's a new Dragon Ball game. Oh, these are the legendary players of Dragon Ball games. Yeah, these were the legends that they were showing earlier. But the thing I want to ask is the question that I want to ask, guys. The question that I do want to ask: if Dragon Ball is making Toyotoro or Toei Animation this amount of money, why are they not focusing on giving us more series? Like everything that One Piece doesn't give them gameplays. They don't make money on One Piece when it comes to games. You know, which tells me that Dragon Ball, they are benefiting of a lot of Dragon Ball content, a lot of Dragon Ball, other stuff from Dragon Ball. So if it's making them this amount of money through games, cards that One Piece isn't doing, it's not fair to starve the audience of content. You know, it's not fair at all. Because to me, it means that, okay, you're getting something from Dragon Ball video games. You're making money on the games because you can't do it with One Piece, but you're focusing the revenue you're getting from Dragon Ball games to continuously further One Piece series. But then again, you're leaving the Dragon Ball fans, you're leaving them behind. Like, you know, you're leaving them high and dry. You give them stuff once in a while to keep them, you know, spending money on the video game content. But the money the video game content is doing, you're not using it to continuously give the audience content. You know what I mean? Because based on all of this, they are making, I thought that this series was the only way they were making big money. But looking at all of this, gameplays, cards, all this stuff, Dragon Ball is giving them a lot of revenue, even without the series itself.
It's time we settle this. Goma. That doesn't matter. No one in the demon realm is more powerful than me.
You know, even without giving us countless series like One Piece, they are making money or doing other stuff with Dragon Ball content.
We're finishing this right now.
Yeah, PS5, video games, and all of these things. Dragon Ball X No Universe.
パトローラーの仕事。
よーしパパッと片付けちゃおうぜ。パトロールでも行くか。ちょうど暇してたんだよな。
待ってた。今日は何をする？
Yo, can you guys imagine if Beerus slaps Charlie the way he slapped Bulma? What do you guys think will happen with Broly? I just thought about that right now. You know, I'm going to think of it. That character from the video game, the white hair character. Yes, you're kind of right. I think that's Broly and Charlie's son, because he's a Saiyan, you know? Imagine if Beerus slaps Charlie. Come to think of it, Beerus wouldn't do it because he's kind of attracted to Charlie for some particular reason. He has this favoritism towards Charlie than anybody else, you know? Somehow he's attracted to her. I don't think he's going to go that far to slapping her. But what if he does and Broly loses his shit again? Oh, man.
This will be when the true battle begins.
Nintendo Switch.
I'll have to finish this quickly.
Dragon Ball is everywhere. Nintendo Switch, consoles, PCs.
And I refuse to take the death of my best friend sitting down. Goku, no!
I'm not going to hell alone.
I need you to throw me, say it! You got...
No! Special beam cannon! Transformed? So let's go. Today I will prove who's the strongest Saiyan warrior of all.
Well, I hope that they've settled their legal battles so that they can give us a good continuous series and not leave us hanging for years, because they have the money, they have the people, they have everything. I'm going hard on them because of One Piece. Seeing how they do with One Piece, that's the reason why I'm going hard on them. The fact that they are not giving us continuous series, and they do a couple of series, they do a series and they leave us hanging for years. They don't do that with One Piece. That's why I'm hard on them. And I think this stage is over, and that's where I'm gonna end it. Yeah, man. Now, like I said, I'm hard on them because of One Piece, because it's the same company that does it. And the same name, the same company, almost the same workers that do Dragon Ball does One Piece. So they should get their shit right when it comes to Dragon Ball, because One Piece do not experience this type of situations. So that's the reason why I'm harder. I want to go in on them. So let's go to the pool. 19 votes overall, 63% voted for Super, 37% voted for Daima. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. All you guys have voted for Daima. Sorry to disappoint you. Daima is not coming back, okay? It's not coming back. I bet you this. Once this Galactic Patrol comes back, or once Dragon Ball Super Season 2 comes back, I don't think that they're going to let their foot off the paddle. They're going to continue paddling on, because based on how good this content is going to be, I don't think there will be room for Daima. Now, with that being said, it doesn't mean that they're not going to incorporate some traits from Daima in some way, shape, or form. I'm not going to say that that's never going to happen, but the chances of Daima getting a season 2 it's off the window. Now, movies, can they do a movies, or Daima, the second coming of Daima made it, see, I'm tired now. If they're going to do a movie on Daima season 2, I would rather them do it as a movie instead of as a series. As a movie, they can be able to get away by being criticized. As a movie, they can get away with it. As a series, it's going to expose a lot of the stuff that they did not fix on the first inception of it. With movies, they can kind of get away with the nonsense that they're going to do wrong. But as a series, they're not going to be able to get away with it. And I don't think any Dragon Ball fans, most Dragon Ball fans, want anything to do with Daima at this point. We got it. We saw what happened. We're happy that Vegeta obtained Super Saiyan 3, Goku transformation, the intense transformation, that is all good. But what came with it wasn't good, because the plot holes that they left behind did not edify the good things that came out of it. Which means bad stuff that came out of Daima is way worse than the good stuff that came out of it. That's my take on it. Yeah, if Beerus slaps Charlie, Broly is going to lose his shit. It's gonna trigger Broly to go apeshit again. And I don't think Beerus wants any of that. Not that he can't be able to handle it. I don't think he wants to, but he has an eye for Charlie, so Broly better watch out. Broly better keep an eye on his woman, because if Beerus wants something, he's gonna get it. He has every power to get it. And I don't think Whis is going to interfere in any shape or form about this. So, yeah, there you have it, man. Thank you guys for joining me, man. It's been awesome. Thank you for making the time to come here. I'm going to maybe take a shower, watch a scary movie, and then go to bed. And I hope to see you guys tomorrow for Hell's Paradise, if you guys are watching Hell's Paradise. But if not, I'll probably see you guys on Tuesday for Fist of the North Star. Now, the first couple of episodes is not going to be live stream, but at some point I'm going to do live stream on Fist of the North Star series. But the first episodes will be pre-recorded. So I'm going to try and do both, but mostly pre-recorded, unless if the majority wants me to do live stream of it, then I'll probably do it, because live stream allows me to do more episodes anyway. But we'll see how that goes. On that note, we're back to business on Dragon Ball Super. I'm so glad. He made my day, man. And see you guys in the next video. Adios.